That's Jarrell. I can't hear what you're saying, my man.
You'll know when they're racing because these guys will be all around here.
The Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. This is our 40th Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix here at Chenley Park. We spent last weekend at Pittsburgh International Race Complex, so I'm a little befuddled. And of course, last evening we had a storm blow through, and it kind of changed our schedule for this morning. But we're about to do our opening ceremonies for the 40th annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, presented by the Greater Pittsburgh Automobile Dealers Foundation, and raising funds as we've done since our first event in 1983 for two wonderful southwestern Pennsylvania-based organizations, Autism Pittsburgh and the Merricky Allegheny Valley School. So we'll begin by presenting the colors with the 1st Frontier Mechanized Cavalry Military Vehicle Preservation Association. And to sing the national anthem, please rise. And here is Kat Tedder with the national anthem. Kat.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
Kat Tedder. And I told her ahead of time, don't worry about the delay. You won't hear any delay. It's about a 1.5 second delay down here. So, Kat, wonderful job. Let me introduce to you, representing the board of directors of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, Mr. Tom Rorich. Tom?
Thank you, Ted. The Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix Board welcomes all drivers, spectators, sponsors, and volunteers for, I think, what is the greatest race in this country. We appreciate the support of our city of Pittsburgh and the Pittsburgh Parks Conservancy. We couldn't do it without them. I myself have enjoyed charitable events like this for the last 40 years. The support provided by the Autism Society of Pittsburgh and Marquis Allegheny Valley School throughout those 40 years has benefited many Pittsburghers in need. Our board just asks everyone here two things. Next year, bring someone you know that has never been here, and consider supporting the great work these charities do by donating. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Again, we are celebrating our 40th anniversary. Now, the Executive Director of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, Dan Del Bianco.
Thank you, Ted. It's hard to imagine it was 40 years ago that this event was started on Labor Day back in 1983. And we still have some of the volunteers that were here in the beginning that are with us today. Some are here to watch the races. Others are here as volunteers. And we can't stress enough how important all of the volunteers are. And one of those volunteers is our chairman of the board, Jim Dolan. He was had a medical incident last week at Pit Race. And so he's given me a message that I wanted to read. He said, I want to thank the corner workers and the EMS staff at Pit Race and the Steel City SCCA for their prompt and decisive action that saved my life. The staff, medevac helicopter team, and all of the cardiologists and ICU staff at UPMC are the best in the world, bar none. My wife, Patty, my sons, and his sons, 3 of them are racing here today. Family and friends pulled me through a tough situation, but I will be fine. I thank the Lord for another day. Now let the 40th Grand Prix begin. I will be watching it on streaming TV from home. So let's give a big round of applause and get well wishes for Jim Dolan. And anybody that knows me, I could talk forever, but we've got enough people around here to talk that represent us very well. So I just want to thank every one of the sponsors, the spectators are here, the car show participants, and our volunteers.
Thank you, Dan. Now the chairman of our car show committee, Mr. Bob Spear.
On behalf of the executive board of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, the group that actually kind of runs and puts on all of this show, we welcome you as you've already been welcomed before. We welcome you here so that you are participating in a major charity event. Yes, we're going to have some wonderful race cars. We're going to have some wonderful show cars, lots of good food. But this is a charity event, and I thank you for your participation in it. I will echo what Tom said a moment ago. Bring some new friends with you next time and enjoy your day. I do have to say, please stay hydrated. We had a couple people that had to take an ambulance ride yesterday. We'd much rather have you watching the race cars than the ambulance. So have a great day, folks.
Thank you, Bob. Well, Porsche is the mark of the year again at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. About every 10 years, Porsche becomes our mark of the year. We have a great, huge Porsche show, some very wonderful Porsches here. And we are delighted to welcome somebody very special, not just to Porsche America, Porsche Cars USA, an executive with them in Atlanta, Georgia, but a guy who was here in the early days of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, who was perhaps inspired a little bit by what he saw and who he met here at Schenley Park back in the mid-1980s. He is our Grand Marshal, let me introduce, from Porsche USA, and a former native Pittsburgher, Ray Schaefer.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you. It's great to be back in the city of Pittsburgh, the place where it all started, along with a lot of the people that it started with. Standing next to Mike Conley and, of course, the volunteers. What you've built over the last 40 years is absolutely amazing. Kudos to you, to your friends, bringing out your friends like they all say to do next year. Bring them back. Let's keep this event going. It's absolutely wonderful. It's great to see all the Porsche cars and other cars here. Of course, the support of dealerships like Porsche Pittsburgh and Sewickley Porsche entered in the race today. Wish them all well. Thank you all. Wonderful to be here. Let's have some fun and start some races. What do you say?
Ray, will we get a chance to talk with you later on? You're going to be here through the afternoon?
Absolutely. We'll be down at the Porsche Club of America tent with the Allegheny region later this afternoon.
Ray's a real car guy. He's a former racer. You did a bunch of racing in Porsche cars.
Absolutely. Still today have the benefit of enjoying racing a 911 2-liter and hope to bring it back at some point here to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
That would be great. Ray Schaefer. And the honorary race director, I am honored to welcome a man who is considered to be the father of the Viper. The Viper is our spotlight car this year. He's an engineering consultant now for Team R2S LLP. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but I do know that Roy Schoberg was the guy who made the Vipers work. He put the team together. He did engineering and organizing and moved a big corporation to make a great sports car. Please welcome Roy Schoberg.
Great to be back in Pennsylvania. During World War II, I was in Philly, in a little town called Media at that time. But if you have a dream, pursue it. In 1954, when we were campaigning the 356 Porsche in Watkins Glen, I had a dream. And Chrysler and Zora Duntov allowed me to do the Viper with a great team. And we had a dream and a love affair, and come see the Vipers that are over there, talk to the team, find out some of their stories. They're great stories, a lot of laughs. So pursue your dream, make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Please salute Roy Schoberg. Roy, can we find you here? Where can we find you in the golf course?
Over by the golf club, the old one. That's where the Viper stand is.
Excellent. Roy Schoberg. Well, we mentioned that since 1983, the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix has raised funds for two great southwestern Pennsylvania organizations. And here, representing Autism Pittsburgh, is its president, Jesse Toriski.
Thank you, Ted. Since 1967, we have been serving the autism community, their family, and caregivers in southwestern Pennsylvania. Our favorite motto is all the money we raise stays in western Pennsylvania. Thanks to the generosity of all of these volunteers and all of the spectators and sponsors, we are able to continue doing what we do. And I cannot thank you enough for coming out. Have a great time.
Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. And the other organization is the Meraki Allegheny Valley School, and representing Meraki AVS is Kelly Gremba.
Meraki Allegheny Valley School is so proud to be a beneficiary of this event since the beginning. We're very much looking forward to a great day of racing, and without all of the support of the spectators, the drivers, the volunteers, the sponsors, we could not make this happen. Thank you, everyone. Your support to Allegheny Valley School goes to our new program development and our facility improvements. So again, thank you so much for your support, and let's have a fantastic event today.
Thank you, Kelly. Well, I used to say that we're on ground that we borrowed from the city of Pittsburgh. Well, we still are, aren't we, here at this beautiful park? And the city councilman was Corey O'Connor. Well, he's no longer the city councilman. He's now the Allegheny County Controller. Corey, please welcome Corey O'Connor.
Quick change. Thank you very much. So on behalf of the city of Pittsburgh and now the county, we want to thank everybody for coming here. This is a very special event to me and my family. You're on my father's golf course. So this is such a unique event that we in the city of Pittsburgh are so proud of, because there's none other across this country. So thank you to all the volunteers, all the racers, and all the fans for coming out. Please enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. And now it's time for those, as they say, the most famous words in racing. We're almost ready to say, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to start your engines. We're going to be going racing in about 10 minutes. So stay with us for the Porsche Mark race, opening a full afternoon of vintage car races here at Shenley Park. Thanks for joining us for the 40th Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
Soon after we had to cancel our events, I was talking with Bernie Martin about what we could do to still keep the Grand Prix relevant and raise funds for our charities, and came up with the brilliant idea of shifting gears and encouraging our car club partners to get out and host their own events. I could go on for hours about how proud I am of the efforts they've done, but why don't we just let them tell you?
When we developed the Alfa Romeo Owners Club convention, we proposed to them that we've got these ready-made roads in the red belt, orange belt tours, and this would be a great thing to encourage all the car clubs. If we couldn't do a show to do some driving events and raise some money for charity and let everybody enjoy their cars in the summer.
Shifting gears required us to create new events, do things differently than we had ever done. We had to shift gears of our organization, and I was very proud of how our people did that.
Every year I like to do parade laps around Shenley Park prior to the big event in order to get into the swing of it. And this year, with everything being canceled and shifting gears, decided to invite my friends from the club to join me. And was hoping for about 25 cars, and we ended up with close to 100 cars on the weekend of the Grand Prix.
What was really heartwarming about Walnut Street was the donations we collected. But we got checks in the mail, we got PayPal donations, we got money given online. We did have some people that just happened to be driving down Walnut Street that night with money blowing out their windows.
Shifting gears for us meant stepping away from the traditional car show and finding new ways to raise funds for the charities of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
So we had essentially 4 separate rides. 2 of them were the same, the Countryside Tour, which was held both in July and September, and then we held a charity run leaving from Mercedes Motorsports, and then we did another one out in Leechburg area.
One nice thing about shifting gears this year was that I was able to reach out to my own company, which is Dollar Bank, and have them match what we were able to raise.
Just helping our charities and to see all the car clubs coming together to just do what we have to do, it was awesome.
It was a chance to get out, a chance to do something important, and a chance to have relationship with people who have the same type of feelings that we do about the Vintage Grand Prix.
Countryside Tour once again was fully subscribed, and we had tremendous support from the Greater Pittsburgh MG Club and the Western Pennsylvania Triumph Association.
Kudos goes out to all the members of the Mercedes-Benz Club board, as well as all my colleagues at the Grand Prix for setting up and raising as much funds as we did this year.
The Greater Pittsburgh Mustang Club had hosted an Orange Belt tour on the same weekend that would normally be the race weekend, and we had some generous contributions from our club members, and the club had then voted to equally match the contributions, which helped as well.
When the Shifting Gears campaign came out, 2 Corvette clubs, Corvettes of Pennsylvania and North Pittsburgh Corvette Club, coordinated a day-long activity, and we had a Corvette Club challenge. The touching story of the day was we had an 11-year-old boy there, his grandfather brought him, and he walked up to both containers, pulled out 2 quarters and put 1 in each container. So truly that day, the person who had the least gave the most.
Bentley Pittsburgh decided to pair with the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix to help raise money this year for all the charities that they support.
So being a longtime enthusiast of 15 years attending the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, and I love doing glass art, I combined both of those together to benefit the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix and their charities.
We've got a nice number of cars. Greatly appreciate what Jason and the others at Bentley Pittsburgh have done. It's a great day, and we've got a nice turnout of cars.
I want to take an opportunity on behalf of the board to thank all the volunteers, racers, car clubs that participated in helping raise money for our important charities.
During this pandemic, autistic people haven't stopped being autistic, and they need our services now more than ever. And likewise, the volunteers for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix have not stopped working hard. as they always have, and in fact, working even harder with this hurdle that they have to overcome.
Thanks, Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix volunteers.
On behalf of AVS, we're incredibly grateful to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix and its supporters for putting your hearts and souls into the Shifting Gears campaign.
I just want to say a big thank you to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
I would like to thank you for all donations. Have a great day!
Thank you all and everyone for doing this for us. Hope to see you next year.
Every year, we're amazed at the incredible generosity of the people who participate in the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. And this year, it was just absolutely outstanding.
So it's great at the end of the day that the Grand Prix is able to raise $60,000 for the charities that we have, with all the car clubs participating and driving the event.
Great thanks from all of us at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix to all of those who participated.
I want to thank everybody that participated in each event this year, the captains that put it together, the individuals that put it together. I am very, very proud of our organization of the car shows.
I'm just so proud of all of our volunteers and car club members and sponsors that made this year possible.
Thank you.
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 The Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix now coming to the finish line at $60,000.
We're here in Alan Patterson's garage, where a lot of the original meetings for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix 40 years ago were held. And we're with Barry Kaplan. And Barry, introduce yourself and tell us what you do now for the Grand Prix.
Well, I am the Chief Safety Steward for both Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix events. My job is to basically keep the course safe and hopefully not have to write any reports at the end.
So when but you've had other roles in the Grand Prix.
I've built the course. I've helped from day one. Anything that needed done, I've been willing to do.
So 40 years ago in this garage, or roughly 40 years ago, what was your first experience? What's your first memory from this?
Well, I got a phone call from a gentleman named Tony Phelps, who was a member of the Steel Cities Region Sports Car Club of America. I think at the time he was RE, and I was probably the assistant RE.
So explain what RE is.
Regional executive and assistant regional executive. And Tony called me and said, I want you to go to a meeting with me. There's some people that have this harebrained idea, and that's the way he applied it, harebrained idea. So we showed up here, we're all sitting around, and to be very honest with you, it's a lot of Sports Car Club of America people that we knew. Jim Cowan, Dick Scott, Alan Patterson Sr., they were all here. And Art McGovern stands up and gives a really, really nice presentation that, oh, we want to do this, we think we can find something, and they're talking about putting on a street race in a local park somewhere. And we're all thinking, Tony says, maybe North Park, maybe South Park, and maybe somebody knows somebody at the county. And Mr. McGovern keeps pushing and presenting and stuff, and did a beautiful job selling the idea. And to be very honest with you, Tony and I were sitting next to each other, and Tony goes, and the final question, I think, before he made his comment to me was, they'll probably never find a place because nobody's going to let us have a park. And Art said, if we found a place could you guys as SCCA, because we're the only ones that really had any experience putting on races, put it on? And Tony kind of goes, they'll never find a spot. Yes, we probably
find
could.
a spot, but they'll
Never find a spot.
They'll never be approved for the city.
Right. Well, they'll never be approved for a race anywhere in the Western Pennsylvania area. And he says they'll probably never find a spot. Nobody will ever give them permission. We could do it, but they're not going to be able to find something. Okay. So Tony says, yeah, we could probably do it. And the look on our faces probably, you know, my chin was probably down to where my stomach was when Art says, well, the mayor has given us permission for Shenley Park. And we kind of went, what did we just commit to? And if you talk about being suckered into something, it was probably the best suckered into an event we have ever had. They told us it would be for charities. They said who they were talking with, Myron and Myron Cope, and they were talking about the Allegheny Valley School. At that time, it was just the Allegheny Valley School for exceptional children. Now they've branched out into much more. And the Autism Society, because Myron Cope had an autistic daughter, I think. And we said, the charities are worth it. And here we are, and I hate to say it this way, 40 years later.
Right.
And whoever expected that from Art pitching this to us and us, and I hate to say begrudgingly saying yes, because we never thought they would do it. We're here today. And with the money we've raised, I couldn't buy, they couldn't pay me enough to do this, what we do, and kill ourselves every weekend to put this on, but the charities make it all worthwhile. And that's what we do it for. And it's been worth it for 40 years.
That's wonderful. I love when I sit down with somebody and I don't have to say anything. They just roll with it and tell a wonderful story.
It's the way it ran.
We're in Alan Patterson's garage, as I said at the beginning, and Barry pointed out something to me that I think we should look at.
Yeah.
So let's look. So we've got up here is the well, this is a history across the wall here of all the posters from the Grand Prix over the years. But this is the very first poster. And go ahead. I'll let you.
Yeah, this is the first poster for a one-day race event. And if you notice, this picture next to it is the car in 1981 at Road Atlanta that Alan was racing. And it's the same picture we used to do the poster that year. You can even just barely see the corner workers as he passed them, right behind the GP side. And I will say, 40 years ago, when I sat here and took my hat off, I had hair. See what 40 years has done?
Nice.
But it's all been worth it. But that is an amazing replication.
Absolutely.
1981, 1983, one-day event. And it's been going on ever since, except for the 1 year with COVID. And we still did stuff to raise money for the charities. All been worth it.
Barry, thank you very much for everything.
No problem.
All right, thank you.
I'm here with Joey Bojalad. We're standing right in front of an amazing race car that he has. And usually when he runs this at Shenley Park, he wins. And not only does he often win, he runs away with the race. And tell us about this.
Well, Ted, it's a unique car. It was it's an Elva Mark VI prototype. And after the Lotus 19, it's the second mid-engine sports race car. And
so this one has some real history.
Yeah, it's got some great history. It was Chris Ashmore, who was a Lotus sort of test Formula One driver, owned the car. He won the Brands Hatch, the Boxing Day event in 1961. Came in second behind Graham Hill in a 3-liter Ferrari Testarossa. Pretty interesting story. And then they won the Nürburgring 1000, which is where Jim Clark sort of made his debut in the Lotus 23. Yeah. They had a cracked header and passed out and wrecked. So,
wow.
And none of the cars in the class actually finished, but this one was the last one running, so it was the winner.
It's a really terrific car. So what's sitting behind you?
It's a Coventry Climax, 1.47 liter, about 126, 127 horsepower. It's they were old fire engine pump motors.
Well,
yeah,
that's how they started.
That's how they started. Yeah, and it's a super popular motor. It's in the Lotus, 10s and 11s, and everything else.
But this is about a 1500.
Yeah, just under 1500. Yeah.
And how many times have you run here at Shenley?
We've run here, this will be our 7th time since 2015.
And this is our 40th year for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
It is amazing.
And look for Joey Bojalad. He'll be right up front. Fingers crossed.
We're going to go hard, Ted. We're going to go hard.
Joey Bojalad.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
You bet. Well, I'm here with John Barheit, and we're standing in front of his BMW 2002. And is this an old race car? I mean, has this been a race car for a long time?
So I bought this car back in 1997 and put it together, and I raced here in 1998.
Yeah.
It was a white car with blue stripes, and we've been developing it ever since. So we've been here, I think, 18 years.
Yeah, that's excellent. This is our 40th year. So, and so are you one of the legends of Shenley Park then?
Well, I actually am, yes.
Yeah. So I don't know whether you know about it. There's this program where we recognize the drivers who've been here. Is 15 years, I think. Is that
yes.
it, or more?
Or white hair, one of the two.
Well, a lot of us qualify for that now. But anyway, the Legends of Shenley Park is a way of kind of celebrating the people who come back and enjoy this event year after year after year, which obviously you have done.
Oh, we do. We love it.
So what's so special to you about this event at Shenley Park?
Well, so there's several things. So we're from St. Louis, so it's a little bit of a haul.
Yeah.
There's really nowhere else where you can go run a street race like this. The Pittsburgh community has been extremely supportive. The city, and then it's just a hoot to be driving out there when you have all the fans kind of cheering you on.
So you're aware of the crowds up on
yeah. So, and they'll sit there and wave, and particularly the little ones about this big, they'll come around and they like the green car. They call it the clown car, which is perfectly fine. So we'll let them sit in the car and make vroom vroom noises. So it's all good.
By a merchandise booth to take a look at the shirts, the hats, the pins, the posters, and by all means, pick up a copy of the program for this event. It actually covers last weekend as well, and all the events in between, car shows and other kinds of activities. But you can find information about the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix license plate in there. And yes, you pay a little bit extra for it the first time, not every year, not every time you renew, only the first time you get the plate. And the proceeds go back to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix charities, the Marikey Allegheny Valley School, and Autism Pittsburgh. Well, our Porsche field has departed the Prix grid, and they are led by car number 83 from Sewickley, Pennsylvania, Christopher Kowalik, driving a 1970 Porsche 914. Starting second, car number 9, Todd Hahn from Frederick, Maryland, a 1971 914-6. Starting third, car 30, Rich Molesky from Allison Park, Pennsylvania, driving a 1970 911 3.0. Starting fourth, car number 5, Rick Snyder from Dublin, Ohio, 914S. Starting fifth, car 32, Gus Vasilakis from Coriopolis, a 914-4. Starting sixth, car 77 from Sewickley, Pennsylvania, Dwayne Smith in a 914-6. Starting seventh, car number 140, a neighbor of mine in Pittsburgh South Hills, Kevin Mailing in a 1971 Porsche 911E. Then car number 40, our poster car, starts 8th. That's Michael Schindel from Gibsonia, Pennsylvania, 1974 911. Starting 9th, car 63, Christopher Turner from New Canaan, Connecticut, a 1960 Porsche 356, the first of the 356s in this field. Starting 10th, car 132, Bates McLean from Madison, Virginia, a 1972 914-6. Starting 12th, car 912, Cobus Renke from Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, a 1968 Porsche 912. I think it's the only 912 in this field. Then Chris Doerr from Chester Springs, Pennsylvania starts 12th. Car 644, a 1956 356. Starting 13th, car 366. Robert McEwen from Elizabeth, Pennsylvania, a 1962 356. And finally, starting 14th, car 163, Scott Ryan from Elwood City, Pennsylvania, in a 914.6. No time from qualifying for Scott Ryan, but a 914.6 driven by Scott Ryan should be starting, well, will probably be finishing way higher than 14th. These are listed as timed races, 30 minutes. The timing starts at the fall of the green flag. I can hear the field of race cars coming down through the Serpentine. We'll be looking for a green flag that signals a start. Pace car pulls ahead of the field. And into the paddock, here come our racers, and we are starting. Todd Hahn from the second starting position takes the lead through turn 1, car number 9, the 914.6. Todd Hahn, followed by car 83. That's Christopher Kowalik from Sewickley in the 914. Safely through turn 1. Take a look at the course map. It's in the program. You'll see that cars head down from this right-hander turn 1 down to a bit of a straightaway that leads them through a single-file hay bale chicane. We put a pile of hay bales on the left and on the right and on the left again, and they have to wind their way through. If they're going side by side when they get there, somebody has to give way because you can't get through there side by side. It's single lane, and it's deliberate to slow the cars on that long, we consider it a straightaway. It's not exactly perfectly straight, but straight enough. Then they head down, make a right-hand bend. They go across the Panther Hollow Bridge, by Phipps Conservatory, by Flagstaff Hill, around a sharp hairpin turn, right-hand turn by the Westinghouse Fountain, and then wiggle their way up through the woods, up to the golf course and beyond. Very challenging course, a 2.33-mile course here on Shenley Park access roads. Christopher Kowalik's in the lead, car 83, and Todd Hahn second in car number 9. Car number 30 is running third. That's Richard Molesky from Allison Park. Rick Snyder is running 4th in car number 5, and Gus Vasilakis is running 5th in car 32. Pretty much the way they started. Christopher Turner in car 63, Porsche 356, started 9th, and he's worked his way up now to 7th, past a couple of cars, including Kevin Mailing, and I think Michael Schindel, and they're both 911s, I think, to move his 356 Porsche up to 7th place. That's car number 63. Car 83, Christopher Kowalik of Sewickley, lists his car as a 914. I'm pretty sure it's a 914.6. He's leading. Todd Hahn is second in a 914.6. Then Rich Molesky in 911, 3-liter 911. So the most recent Porsche in this field is car number 32. That's Gus Vasilakis of Coriopolis. His 914, a 4-cylinder 914, is from 1976, and the oldest car in this group is a 1956 Porsche 356. That's Bob McEwen, his 356 Coupe, car number 366. So 14 years and a lot of engineering development between those two cars. Before the start, I mentioned car 163, the 914.6 of Scott Ryan, and he is not in the race. I guess that's why we didn't have a time for him from his qualifying session. Corner marshals are keeping an eye on car number 366. That's the red 356 Coupe of Bob McEwen. The corner marshals reporting seeing some smoke, particularly when he is downshifting. And frankly, I thought the engine sounded as though it was misfiring when he would pass us here at start-finish. Car 32, Gus Vasilakis of Coriopolis, driving a Porsche 914. We understand that car is off into the Jersey barrier at station 16A. So he's not all the way off the course. They've got waving yellows in that area. That's just before the top of the Serpentine. Right about where the old stone house is up there. And So the corridor marshals are reporting there's a partial track blockage, but that the field is getting through. Car is now off the course. Driver is fine. He's safe. But there's a bit of debris on the course, so they've got, I think, debris flags warning drivers just to keep an eye on the road ahead. Might be some plastic pieces that have been broken off the car. So after the race, we'll send a flatbed up to pick up car number 32. Car number 32, yes, Gus Vasilakis. This is a timed race, 30 minutes. We are exactly halfway through. And at the halfway point, Chris Kowalik, your pole sitter, continues to lead in car number 83. Todd Hahn continues to run second. He started second in car number 9, the 914-6. Two 914-6s are your lead cars. Running in third, he started third. Richard Molesky of Allison Park, car number 30, the 3-liter 911. Running fourth, car number 5, Rick Snyder of Dublin, Ohio, in a 914S. And running fifth, Dwayne Smith in car number 77, Dwayne from Sewickley, also in a 914-6. So maybe you're seeing some blue flags out there. That's because our leaders are making their way through some of these cars that are at the back of the pack, and we use the blue flag, the blue flag, to tell drivers of the slower cars, you got a fast car coming up behind. Watch your mirrors, be aware a faster car is about to pass you.
We are live streaming the races this afternoon. And I have a monitor. I can watch some of the stream, and we have camera positions at turn 1 and at turn 6. I believe turn 9 and 13, I believe. So it's fun to be able to look around the track. It's the first time we've been able to do that. There's a camera from turn 9 that's up right now. And here's a view of turn 13. Turn 6 enables us to look across the Panther Hollow Bridge. See them come toward Phipps Conservatory and make that right-hand sweeper as they go past Phipps and Flagstaff Hill. So it's wonderful to be here in the park, but folks at home can be watching this streamed live. And you can link up through our website, pvgp.org/livestream. pvgp.org/livestream. About 6 minutes to go in this timed race for 30 minutes. 24 minutes elapsed. 6 to go. And 83, your pole sitter, Christopher Kowalik, continues to lead. Todd Hahn is still in second in car number 9. And Richard Molesky is still third, where he started in car number 30. Running fourth at the moment is Rick Snyder, and he started fourth. That's car number 5. And Gus Vestalakis started fifth in car number 32. He's, of course, as we mentioned earlier, has pulled off. So running fifth right now is Dwayne Smith in car number 77, Dwayne from Sewickley. Car 912 was just pitted. That's Cobus Renicky from Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, in the Porsche 912. Car number 912 has just pulled off and into the pits. We're getting close to a checker, maybe another lap or 2 laps, and that should do it for this, our Mark race. The first race of the afternoon, a 30-minute race for cars in our Porsche Mark group, Porsche Mark of the Year this year. And your pole sitter started first. He's led every lap. He continues to lead car number 83, Christopher Kowalik from Sewickley, and his Porsche 914-6. Todd Hahn is hanging on for second at the moment in car number 9, and Rich Molesky in third. That Porsche 911, car number 30. That's the top 3 at the moment, and actually that's the way they've run since the green flag fell. There's the 1 lap to go sign hung out for car 83. Christopher Kowalik passes the finish line. He gets the sign that says 1. So he has just started his last lap. Todd Hahn is quite a distance behind. Quite a distance behind, some 48 seconds, in fact, behind our leader comes the second place car, Todd Hahn, car number 9. And then another 9 seconds back of Todd is car number 30, Rich Molesky. Rick Snyder still running in 4th in car number 5, and Dwayne Smith in car number 77 in 5th. So we'll try to flag down the top 3 finishers for the Helltown Winners Circle interviews and presentation. 3 podium winners get cases of Helltown Brew. Thanks to the folks at Helltown for their support of the 40th Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Drivers seem pretty happy about it. So we're on our last lap for the leaders. And your overall leader at the moment, Christopher Kowalik, car 83. Slow moving car approaching finish line now. And the checker's out. Checker is out for Christopher Kowalik. Meanwhile, car 77 has come to a stop just before the finish line. Coasts to a stop and backs up towards some hay bales to be in a safe spot. He is in a safe spot at the moment. And it's a shame that Dwayne Smith, car 77, the lime green Porsche 914-6, didn't quite make it to see the checkers. I mean, he can see the checkered flag from where he sits, but he hasn't quite crossed the line yet. So there's Todd Hahn taking the checkers for second. Car number 9, and we're awaiting Richard Molesky, who should be coming along next. So the top 3 finished the way they started. He just happened to have a flag handy. Where did that come from? Does that flag pass tech? It suddenly popped out of the car just as he was on his cool-off lap.
Oh, nice to meet you too. Huh?
It is warm. We're awaiting second and third place, and I think Todd Hahn is coming along now in car number 9. And Richard Molesky also. That's your podium right there. Chris Kowalik, congratulations. That was amazing.
That was a wonderful drive. Beautiful day in the park.
You just ran away from these guys. I don't want to make these guys feel bad, but you really ran away from the field.
Well set up car, so very happy today. Really want to thank everybody from the PVGP and all their work for the last 40 years. Really want to thank all my friends and helpers and people at Swickley Porsche for the last 46 years. So we're really happy to be here. Thank you.
Great to have a HomeCon crew take the honors here. And I have to ask you about the flag, though, because I really didn't expect to see the flag pop out on your cool-off lap. You were ready for this, weren't you?
I was hopeful. Hopeful, I think, is the best way to be. You never know until you cross the line.
That's right.
So car ran great. It's a wonderful day.
Now, you've got these cars are some of the quickest cars that we run out here, especially the 914 6s. And so what do you think about the crown and the curbs and all those things in a really fast car?
You have to be very particular about where you place the vehicle the whole time. Very cognizant of bumps, potholes, crown. You've got to be able to also tune out the trees and the curbs, because if you don't, you get lost.
How about the crowd? Do you tune them out?
I love to see them in the Porsche corner. There's a couple people down by the conservatory right now. It's great to see them, but you got to pay close attention to everything we're doing out front.
Absolutely.
So great day.
And a great drive. Congratulations. There's your race winner, Chris Kowalik. It's the Porsche Mark Race here at the 40th Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. You get a case of Helltown. Someone is going to come and put it in your hand in just a moment. Oh, here she comes. There's a trophy you can use, right? Todd, congratulations for a fine second place.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, an honor and a pleasure to be here, like always. Super fun, and I think one of the hottest races I've ever ran in my life.
I'm sure it is. The the 356s are great and the 914 4s are great, but there's nothing like the sound of the racing six-cylinder Porsche motors screaming by.
Yeah, no, it's fun. That's why I've got a set of earplugs I always wear. But as always, I'd like to thank my crew chief Russell and my lovely wife and his lovely wife and for our little dog for coming out here, and everybody for coming out here. And I had a fine race with this gentleman right here. We had some yellows, and it made for a very interesting and fun race. Yeah.
Sorry to see just behind you, Dwayne Smith coming in on the hook. We hate to see that. Yep. It's not the way anyone wants to end a race, but it was just a mechanical, and so no problem there other than not seeing the checkered leg.
Nice not seeing anybody hurt.
Exactly. So Todd Hahn, congratulations, second place. Pick up your case of Helltown. And I thought that you would close in on these guys. This is Rich Molesky from Allison Park, so another local driver.
Thanks so much. I'd like to thank everybody who puts on this great event, all the volunteers, all the staff. And it really is a world-class event. This is my first time participating here. I ran last couple of years out at Pit Race in the Modern Historics, but this is just second to none. New car, new track. We had a great race. KC was so far ahead. I think it was about ready to lap us, but it was hot for sure.
And, I like to think, so this is our 40th year, and I like to think that the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix created a lot of local drivers. I don't ever remember having so many southwestern Pennsylvania drivers entered in our event.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's how I got invited, really. Chris Zappa and his family, I got to know them, and he helped me find a car. It's been great support staff, along with my wife, who allows me to do this nonsense. But yeah, it's kind of like a big family, big fraternity, and welcoming everybody. So it's awesome.
Congratulations, Rich Molesky, a very fine third place in our Porsche Mark Race. Go get your Helltown there. And we are doing live streaming, and here's our live streaming cameraman producer right here, and Matt is working very hard this weekend, trying to keep cool, Matt.
We'd all be happy to take that from you.
More racing to come. You can see on the grid right now. We have our next race group. I believe this is the under 1 liter production cars and as you can see from the first car up there, not only production cars.
Well, I go into a tunnel, I let off again.
For 229. You see it on Zillow? It's on Zillow.
Bigger shins than me in this.
Yeah, if you look at it, give me a holler back in a week. It's still good.
Get there.
I like it.
You know, it's funny. Yeah, this is original.
I've never met him. Let you go introduce myself. Matt. Yeah. Wow. I'm not gonna get it with you.
You guys are way skinnier. I tell you a little story. A lot of things people don't realize. The braided steel line you see right there. This is rewind.
Should I ask if this can? Might be a star size. Okay, I think we're actually coming to the end of it. I think we're saying 2 miles left. I remember this. I guess that's a good thing. There's still more down that way. How many nicks you break like these in these cars? Yeah, it's happening actually.
I'm here with Mark Mailing, who's a Pittsburgher who races and has raced a number of years and has won a number of times here on the Shenley Park course. And here we are at the 40th annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. And you're about to go do something special. What are you going to do at the drivers meeting?
Well, I run the Pittsburgh Legends of Shenley Park program, and any driver that's been in this race for at least 15 years gets inducted into the Legends program here of Shenley Park. So we've got 4 new drivers going in this year, and we're getting ready to present those, and we're pretty excited about it.
And we're always excited to have you out in your car. And now, you used to have 2 race cars. Do you still have 2 vintage race cars?
I have 3.
Only 3, okay.
Yeah, I have 2 midgets, and I have the A-Barth still.
And the A-Barth, but this is the one we're running this weekend?
Correct, and we ran last weekend as well.
And this is a car, I think you told me at one point, that you can shift over as a contemporary road race car, is that right?
Correct. In 6 hours, I can convert it from a vintage car to an SCCA car and H production, and we can run either way.
Well, it's great to see the car. It's always quick. You're always up there and giving it the good fight. And I know you've got some important things to do with the drivers' meeting, so we'll just say thanks for contributing to the PVGP and helping us to celebrate the 40th year.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mark Mailing,
All righty, thanks.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
This is our poster car. You see the logo for the 40th annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, and its driver, its owner, is Mike Schindel, who's been doing this for a very long time. And you're going to be driving this, I think, in the Porsche Mark race. Is
yes,
that right?
Porsche Mark race, as well as the over 2 liter group.
And I think this car has been traveling all around in the last few weeks.
I have probably put 250 road miles on it this weekend, or this from Monday to today.
Yeah, I know it was at a fancy pants event earlier this week.
Fancy Pants is right. Last night it was at an Elegance, Passport to Elegance event. What a great
fabulous event. And,
super.
So if you missed it this year, I'm hoping it's going to happen every year.
Rumor has it it's booked for next year.
Oh, excellent! That's excellent.
No,
so you're
no
driving this.
contract.
You're driving this on the street. This is a race car. Is this?
Yeah,
This is a road.
Look at that.
There's his inspection sticker. So it is a street legal race car.
Yeah.
But you had the livery done especially for the PVGP.
Yes.
Remind us about this livery.
This is, Dan Del Bianco asked, would I consider, my car was white, number 11, for years. And Dan said, would I consider doing my car to match the poster, the Burton Morris poster?
Yep.
And it was the Brumos, which was the Jacksonville largest Porsche dealer in North America, or at least on the East Coast, and they had a significant race presence.
Sure did, yeah.
Early Haywood drove for them to numerous championships.
Yep.
And then I said, I don't know, Dan, changing my number, I'm not sure. I think that might be folklore, bad luck.
Did you have a lucky number before that?
No, it was just randomly.
Yeah.
It was a 911. I didn't want a 3-digit number, so I became 11. So, yeah, so we put it on. Pittsburgh Custom Wraps in Crafton did the wrapping on it just for the Pittsburgh Car Show.
Yeah.
And it's been getting great reviews.
Yeah.
Everybody seems to love it, so I guess I'm kind of stuck with it.
Well, if you followed racing, back some decades, or if you've seen a lot of historic photographs of some of the great race drivers and some of the great races, you'll recognize the look of this car, the white 911 with the tail, the whale tail there, and these stripes. This is the way Peter Gregg's car looked, and Hurley's looked, and all those great and very successful race cars that came out of Brumos.
Absolutely.
So how many years have you done the PVGP?
It would have been my 15th. COVID, I don't get the COVID bump for this, so this is my 14th year running in the Vintage Grand Prix. But this has been a track car for probably 30 of its 38 years. Well, probably more than that. So we started out doing Porsche driver schools, and then more involved, and trailers and trucks and the slippery slope.
Now, Porsche is the mark of the year for the 40th Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Do you have any idea how many Porsche racers are likely in your group?
I believe it's somewhere around 15 cars. And coincidentally, I'll be at the back of the pack just to save them embarrassment. They don't want me to steal the show.
You are a kind-hearted man.
I try.
I will mention, though, that also might be 15 race cars, but I'm told there will be something like 400 Porsches.
On the golf course?
In the Porsche Mark
absolutely.
display.
Big time turnout up there.
Mike Schindel, always great to have you here, and it's super that you turned your car over to become our poster car.
I love it. All
right.
Thanks, Ted.
Have a good weekend.
Hey, you too.
Yeah.
Pre-war and preservation and under 1 liter, and so it's basically something we would call small bore race. And starting up front is the front-engined Elva Formula Junior 100. It's a 1959 sport Formula car. Nate Ciliano from Allison Park. Car number 99 starting up front with a quick time in qualifying of a 2:36.3. Starting second will be our first production car, and that's car 714, Bryna Rodabaugh from Reading, Pennsylvania, in a 1970 Fiat 850 Spider. Starting third is car 59, Craig Seifert from Oakdale, Pennsylvania, in his Austin Healey Sprite. Craig was out earlier in just before noon in the Sprite midget race. Starting fourth is car number 912, Copus Renicky, who just ran the Porsche Mark race, and he came in early, I think, and so I hope he doesn't have a problem with the car. But he's gridded fourth, and Copus is from Upper Saddle River, New Jersey. Okay, he has lined up for the race. Starting fifth is car number 47, John Iorio from Bethel Park in Bug-Eye Sprite. Starting sixth, car 644, Chris Doerr from Chester Springs, Pennsylvania, and a 1956 Porsche 356, that's car 644. Starting seventh, car 45, Barry Prohodka from Pawleys Island, South Carolina, in a Turner Sport Mark I. Now, Barry is our one driver this weekend who was here and raced in 1983. In fact, Barry won the race in 1983 in this car.
I didn't know that.
And not only that, but then he came back and he won here, I think maybe 4 more times in the Turner. And his victories in the Turner made me think at the time, the Turner is the car to have for the Shenley Park course. And it certainly appeared to be the case. So Barry, I don't think, has been racing lately. He's done a lot of racing, all kinds of cars, including Formula 5000, I think he said.
I remember once showing up in Road Atlanta with a rickety trailer and a McLaren Can-Am car on a trailer. It somehow had fallen into his hands, and I'm sure he parlayed that into a better trailer at least.
He's quite a character, and it's terrific to have Barry Prohodka back. As I mentioned, he's the only racer here this weekend who raced our very first event back in the fall of 1983. And his car, the Turner Sport Mark I, it's car number 45. Starting eighth is car 372, the MGA of Monroe Snyder from Pittsburgh. It's a 1958 MGA. Then car 210, Tom Thomas in the Sprite. He just ran the Sprigget race.
Yeah, I think he came in a little early. I think wasn't he the guy that came off at 11? So he might not be there.
He might not be there, it's true. Let's see, Tom Thomas in 210. Then Niall McCabe, car 909 in his Austin
car.
A35. And I chatted with Niall the other day, but I didn't ask him about his car for some reason. I'm not sure why, because he brings that car here, and it's an attention getter.
Oh, heck yeah. It's so cool. And he was always a Sprigget guy, and he had all these parts, and he got the body itself out of Canada, and it had relatively little rust. And what it did had, he says, I'm a decent welder. I welded it back together and painted it in my driveway, and it is so cool, and it's quick. I mean, it is so under control going through turn 1 here. You think, oh, this upside down bathtub, whatever. But it's so cool.
So the running gear is what?
I think it's a 1275 midget. Engine.
So it's essentially an MG midget under that body.
Under that body, yeah.
Okay. Well, if you haven't seen the car,
and he's just the greatest guy.
You'll notice him when he appears. Niall McCabe. It's blue. It's car number 909. Then Steve Conson, who has this wonderful 1950 Lester. Steve, I think, told you, Manley, that he wasn't going to push this car too hard.
No, this is a fresh restoration. This car is an Amelia Island winner. It will never be raced as competitively as he used to race it, but he just brought it here to kind of bring it out and show it off. But he's definitely going to be very careful with it this weekend.
I think he said it's essentially a one of two.
Yes, there were two. The car was originally a monoposto, built in about 1950 by Harry Lester, and then in 1955 somebody got him moored with a Maserati A6 GCS, and they sort of recreated that body shape on this car and one other. And since then, another guy with the same chassis found one of these T51 chassis that's what Harry Lester called the frames that he made, has built a replica. So there's 3 of them that exist, but only 2 are correct, and one of them is very, it's nobody's lying about it. It's a tribute replica. Both of those cars are in England.
So this is the only one in the States, and it's a beautiful little car. It's car number 909, Niall McCabe from...
Steve Conson you were talking about there, but...
I'm sorry, Steve Conson, you're right, from Roswell, Georgia. Steve Conson, right. And then car number 22, Tom Raganetti, and his Fiat 850 has come all the way out from Denver, Colorado. So there are several classes here. So Tom and Tom Thomas and Barry Prohodka are running in an under 1 liter group here. Starting next is car number 815. That's Joe Parlanti from North Potomac, Maryland, in an Abarth Zagato 750. Then John Gould from Pittsburgh in a very distinctive car, his 1939 Mercury Sprint car.
Yes,
so John,
great to see the sprint cars.
John is telling me that his other car is a 1904 Curved Dash Olds, but he tends not to race that
Tends
car.
not to race the Curved Dash Olds. I can't imagine why.
It's 7 horsepower, he said, so not sure it would make it up our hills here. But John has this neat sprint car. It's really not a road racing car at all, but it is fun to watch these drivers manhandle cars like this around. He points out that it has a handbrake on the left side and a gear shifter between his thighs.
Yep.
Starting 15th is car 66, Abigail Patterson. Another Patterson. Abigail from Pittsburgh in Bug-Eye Sprite. And starting 16th, car 77, Alan Patterson III in this amazingly beautiful Lagonda, this 1934 Lagonda Rapier, one of the few pre-war cars in this race, along with John Gould's Mercury Sprint. Was there one other one? I think that might be it for true pre-war cars in this group. So it's great to see Alan's Lagonda out here, but I also mentioned that Alan Patterson, I guess we'd call him senior, one of the originators of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix back in 1983, whose MGTD, I think, was the inspiration.
TC was the inspiration for the
logo of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. But he is also known for that big red Allard, which is not going to be raced this weekend, but it is parked in the paddock.
Yes.
Is it still up there this morning?
Yes, it's still up there.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's worth seeing and taking a photograph of, and it's just it just evokes Alan Patterson and the spirit of the creation of the event.
Right, and the history of it. Yep. And Alan, of course, was racing way back when, in the early 50s, and he raced at Put-in-Bay.
Yeah, that's right. Raced in Put-in-Bay.
And rode his friends Morgan, as his college roommate Ed Grant told me at Put-in-Bay. But I could never get Alan to come to Put-in-Bay to tell us stories because he knew that we would probably roast him. But he was always a character, always fun to be with. I can remember years helping him work on the engine. I think it's a Cadillac engine in the Allard.
I believe so.
And he was trying to fit some stuff that I could get my hands on, and nobody else was helping him. And the next year, he came over and he didn't even know who the heck I was. I guess because my head was under the hood, I guess. But always a great guy, and the family is just a fine representative of the.
All right, our pace car is in. We're looking for a start. We have the field approaching start line, and we are now racing.
You don't often see 3 wide into turn 1.
You can go into turn 1 3 wide, but I don't know what's going to come out the other end. That's right. And I think that was the Fiat Spider of Briner Rodabaugh, the yellow Fiat that managed to grab the lead there.
He had the Formula Junior on the inside and the Bug-Eye on the outside.
So that'll be fun to see. Now, between the Bug-Eye and the Fiat 850, my tendency is to expect the Sprites to be the quicker cars.
I would expect, yes. But these are under 1 liter, so these are the 948 Sprites, not the 1275s that are in this group.
Right. But still, I don't know what they do with Fiat engines, but do you suppose the 850 is a little bigger than 850 these days?
Oh, I'd be shocked. might be a little bigger.
So we are underway, and again, I think this is also listed as a timed race at a half hour, 30-minute race for what's described as pre-war and production under 1 liter. And actually, what we tend to do is group cars by expected performance, so that you might have kind of an unusual mixture of cars,
right?
Because just because of their expected performance.
Yeah, and that you might recall that in the past the T-Series MGs have been in this group, and the T-Series MGs just happened to be really fast cars, and they were really, getting to feel like this was even intimidating other true pre-war cars, and so they threw us back in with the under 1.5 liter group, with all the 1275 bug eyes and that sort of stuff. But I think it's working out just fine.
That's Manley Ford speaking, who is an MG TD
T-Series, enthusiast,
driver,
among other
racer,
things.
race winner, race car builder, etc.
So that's just a little change from the previous years.
Yeah,
this year.
yeah. Oh, okay. It is Seifert up front. Craig Seifert.
Yep.
So I called it wrong. I thought the yellow car was the Fiat, and it wasn't. So it is the car we expected up front, and that's Craig Seifert in the yellow bug-eye Sprite. We're just watching Steve Conson go by. It's, I guess you'd call that British racing green. It's a kind of a gray green.
It's a kind of a gray green. It is a gorgeous color on that car.
Steve actually had that car on its side, I want to say, a few years ago, maybe even farther over than that here at Shenley.
Yeah. It had a major brake failure, and he had somehow had an incorrect part in the brake system that didn't show itself until he hit the brakes going into turn 6, and so it ran up on the wall, got around. He wasn't hurt. The car was pretty badly damaged, and so he chose that to be the time to totally restore the car. And so I don't think it's going to see much in the terms of real competitive racing again, if ever.
I think he recognizes now, and maybe he recognized all along, that it's just such a special car. It's such a special car that it needs to be treated, especially now that it's looking.
And he's since turned it into a street legal car. Then it was a race car, and it didn't have any taillights. The headlights didn't really work. Now it's got turn signals, taillights, and extra windshield you can put on it, so they can run vintage rallies with it or just cruise the open road. So it's intended to have a more leisurely life, but it's not going to be sitting in a barn just with a cover on it.
Yeah.
No. What was that play? Waiting for Godot or waiting for Data?
Here. I don't know whether you can read it, but
That's
there
okay.
it is. Counting, so I'm guessing that it is current. I think so. Craig Seifert up front. And the Sprite, number 59, and running second is Kobus Reinecke in the Porsche 912. And then Breiner Rodebaugh is running third in the Fiat 850 Spider. The corner marshals have been asked to take a look at John Gould's car 999, the Mercury Sprint car. They say the front wheels are wobbling, but I think that's the way they were built. Really? And he invited me to drive that car.
And?
I'll think about it. So John Gould in the Mercury Sprint car number 999, was telling me how complicated it is to go into a turn at speed. When you got the handbrake on the left, and then you're shifting, and you're trying to turn, and then you got the brake, and the...
And I just watched him go through turn one there, and he was sort of, had his hand out to the side, telling the guy behind him, slow down. He had a hand held out sort of sideways, not like waving him by.
Oh.
Like it was like, take care.
Pass at your own risk,
Yeah.
I think. So that Fiat Spider has his trunk lid, his engine cover, I should say, jacked up. I'm sure he says it's for cooling, but it looks like an aerodynamic advantage to me. A little spoiler back there.
Oh, here's Nate, and he's coming in.
Oh, here's Nate Giuliano.
I hear a not good sound, but maybe that's just the brakes. But so he's going. Nate has decided to go up to the paddock. And
Yeah,
park
that's
the
a
car.
shame. Yep. Yeah, and that's the kind of car that Alan Patterson also would drive too. A front engine. Yep.
And did a lot of Formula Juniors from that era also have the shifter in some strategically uncomfortable places.
Oh, did they?
I remember looking at one here years ago, and the gear shift was right between the legs. I said, I know I'm not buying this car.
Well, you know, Steve Conson said he wasn't really going to race hard, but he's not loafing out there.
No, he's a very smooth driver, and the car handles like a dream. I've I've had the joy of driving it a number of times. And so it's one of those things, you just drive down there and lift. The speeds he's going, he's hardly braking. He just downshifts and turns it. So that car is quick.
So he's actually running in, I think he's in 5th place, actually, in the race, which is not bad for a guy who said he wasn't going to race.
Well, he's probably going 30 seconds slower than the car is capable of, if not more.
Yeah.
What are her lap times? What is his lap times looking at? I can't see.
Let's see, 2:41.
Yeah, right. So
Yeah,
can
so
easily do in the mid 220s.
Yeah. And of course, the drivers are told, and you know this perfectly well, Manley, that this is not considered to be a 10/10ths race.
Right. And really, it's fun to race here and be competitive and have a really good race. But just being able to drive it in a relaxed kind of way is such a thrill, I see that 850 with the lid up is smoking quite a bit, and it has been most of the weekend as far as I can recall.
Well, maybe if they'd closed that lid, then the smoke couldn't get out.
Yeah, right, maybe. He and his brother Greg, have both been sports car races for years. And Greg really founded the MG Vintage Racers, his brother Greg. And Greg quit driving his TD, and his daughter for a long time drove the TD that Greg used to drive. And so I think I haven't seen her come west much. She might still be doing some VSCCA stuff like Lime Rock and up there. But the pro, because we're real grassroots kind of guys. And then MGTDs weren't allowed because they were post-war. The British Sports Car Club of America was really goes back to pre-war vintage cars, and they grudgingly let TCs in, even though they were forced for it. But they really thought a long time about TDs.
So car number 372, that's the white MGA of Monroe Snyder, a Pittsburgher. We understand the car is moving slowly around station 19. That's in the...
That's the Serpentine.
That's the Serpentine.
Turning the Serpentine.
Yep.
So he's under his own power.
We can coast down the hill.
Oh.
Well,
he might pull off at the flag station at turn 20. There's a place where you can pull in behind the Jersey barrier.
And not come all the way down the hill, yeah.
If he's not running under his own power.
Yeah, you're right. So we have double yellow. So they're gonna pick him up, and so we've got full course yellow, just so that we can send a retrieval vehicle out. You could do white flag, I guess, to indicate a slow moving car.
Well, the problem is that the track's so narrow there.
I see.
If he stayed on the track, there's really, that's just past the Serpentine where the pavement fell off.
Yeah, right.
2/3 of the way to 19, there's still really narrow.
It is narrow. Yep.
So you really can't have other cars coming through there until you get him out of the way.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that. Monroe's raced here many times.
He certainly
He's always
has.
a careful driver. He's a real gentleman.
Yep.
And I believe he usually drives the car to the track, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably lives a few blocks away.
Yeah, lives nearby.
I can't recall what. Well, just says Pittsburgh. He could be right. He could be just a few blocks away, or who knows where. But so the yellow flag is telling drivers no passing. That means kind of take it easy. It really is an instruction to kind of back off your racing a little bit. We're not saying you have to go X miles an hour, and they're allowed to maintain some speed, but they are supposed to be not passing, which essentially means you're not racing during this period.
Provides an opportunity for everybody behind the leader to sort of catch up,
Yep.
depending on where they are on the track. You can't pass anybody, including lap somebody, unless they're openly waving you by
Yeah.
because they have a technical issue, and they do it in such a way that a corner worker can clearly see that it was a sensible thing for you to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's generally the rule of a double yellow flag.
I was trying to figure out what the other side would say. Yeah, right. You save a lot of money. Of course. Just don't hold the wrong side up. Well, there's so. So again, we have yellow flags, which do tell. I mean, the yellow flag means no passing. We're also holding up a sign here at start finish that says no passing, just to re-emphasize that. And now we have a white flag out, and I'm guessing this time with the white flag at start finish means 1 lap to go. Right. That's what I learned, and that you would follow like an emergency vehicle or a slow moving race car with a white flag. And that the white flag in the last lap was like a NASCAR.
Here they used to use the magnets.
Yes, I like that. So here's Monroe Snyder's car coming in on the hook. Sorry to see Monroe coming in this way, but and the field is getting the white flag also at start finish, and the white flag here is indicating that this is the last lap. Or is it? Yeah, so the white flag here meant there's a slow-moving vehicle ahead, and it gets confusing because the white flag can also signal last lap, but in this case it's the traditional signal that there is a slow-moving vehicle ahead, and as soon as the tow truck passed us, the white flag dropped. So we think that we may be able to go green. Yep. So, yep. Yep.
what is that?
Are they taking him to 9? No, they're taking him into 5th.
Gould's car, 999, that's being taken to, being towed, I think, to the area of Phipps Conservatory where they can pull the car off. So here's our safety cars, and here's the green flag. We are racing yet again.
I brought a water. I don't know which one.
I didn't open. So we're under 5 minutes to go. We're back under green, so I'm going to guess we're only going to get a few more laps of racing. Here's again green flag at start finish, but it's a timed race for 30 minutes, and our clock says about 4 minutes to go, 4.5. It's Craig Seifert, your leader, car number 59. Car 59, the Sprite. Briner Rodabaugh, car 714 in second. That's the Fiat 850 Spider. And John Iorio running third in car 47, the Bug-Eye. John Iorio has the quickest lap in this race at 2:34.7. He's in third place. He started fifth. His fast lap was 10 seconds quicker than his fast lap in qualifying. Here's John Gould. He's brought the sprint car, car 999. back and is motoring his way up into the paddock, and that's a shame to see. Did you see it?
Yes.
So several of the course marshals were reporting that he had wobbling front wheels, and he told me that he had replaced some steering components just recently, has some brand new stuff in there, so maybe it didn't get tightened down or something.
Too bad. It's because it's so cool to see this big car on the track. That's gotta be unbelievable.
So that's what I was told about the TCs. You raced a TC, but I had a friend here in town, and he had a TC, and I suggested that we run the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix rally in it, and he said, you don't want to drive the TC on the road. He said it's just really an awful handling car.
Well, actually, I learned a lot about. Actually, I had a TA originally, which was the same thing as a TC, only with a really bad engine. And I worked with a bunch of guys who really knew how to set them up, and you could really actually make the TA chassis, which is fundamentally the same as the TC, really work. And the first vintage race I ever entered was at Nelson's Legends in that car.
Oh.
In 1974.
Wow.
It was. They invited us to a regional race, and the vintage race took place when the corner workers went to lunch. So I was there in my TA, with my helmet, no roll bar, and some other guy in a gull-wing Mercedes, and another guy, Edsel Fabi, a very rich guy, in a Seata Spider. And I was faster through the turns. I couldn't keep up with them much in the straights, but I could catch up to them in the turns.
Wow.
19-inch wire wheels. I had a blast with that car. That was the first. That was the only vintage race I ran for another 10 years. Moved. 1984 is the next one.
Well, maybe my friend's TC just had some loose stuff up front. Yeah, wasn't that on before? I was watching some in the Porsche race, so it also identifies where they are. Yeah, it'll show the top three, I think. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So it's kind of cool, you know, our logo up in the corner. So I don't know what does that. Some kind of a signal. So we are expecting the checker next time around for our leaders. The signboard is up here at the finish line saying 1 lap, that we're on our last lap. There's that Lagonda 1934 Lagonda Rapier, car 77, the white Lagonda, driven by Alan Patterson III of Pittsburgh, motoring around sedately. And here are the checkers for car 59. Craig Seifert, followed very soon by car 714 Bryner Rodabaugh in the Fiat 850. And then John Iorio, car 47, the Bug-Eye Sprite. So 1, 2, 3 right there.
cool off lap, and you can just see him driving the car hands free, probably with his knees, clapping his hands over his head, and just applauding Pittsburgh and the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix for this fantastic event.
Smoke coming out of the back of that Fiat.
Yeah, yes. Mm-hmm.
So first, second, and third have just pulled up by our Helltown podium. Here's our race winner, Craig Seifert. Oh, your wife. No, look at all your fans here. There you go. Well, we got a kick out of watching you go 3 wide into the first turn right after the green flag.
Oh, really? Was there 3? Was there 2 other cars there? I didn't even notice. No, it was a little hairy, but it was fun. Where's Nate at? Usually he was right next to me.
He came in early, I think.
Oh, did he? He was a fast car, but these guys are great. Track's great, and had a fun time. So thank you.
Thank you for coming and helping us to celebrate 40 years here at Shenley Park. No issues, obviously, with the car. Yeah, nice flag, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I had to hold it in 3rd gear, so I drove around with one-handed, because if I left off the stick, it would pop out of 3rd. So that made it fun. My one arm's a little pumped up, but I'll celebrate, so I'll make up for that.
Congratulations. I think you'll be taking home some Helltown brew.
I'm in. Thank you. Thank everybody. Thank the workers. Thanks, guys.
Craig Seifert. Love the bug eye. Brian Rodabaugh is second and carrying the flag for Fiat.
It can be proven that they can be reliable cars if only driven on weekends.
Now, I have to say that the corner marshals were watching your car. They said, was that a little bit of smoke coming out of the back end?
I don't know. Might have been out of my head at the moment because it sure was hot in there, but anything could happen. It sure is blazing hot out there. So So far, 25 years racing this car. It's always been good and reliable to me. I appreciate everything at Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. I appreciate the crowd. Pittsburgh crowd is awesome. All the marshals, everybody involved. The venue is beautiful. It's a beautiful racetrack. It's just a wonderful event. I come from Reading, PA, 4.5, 5 hours to drive out. No big deal, but I'm telling you, it's awesome. Competitors are awesome. Everybody's excellent drivers. These vintage cars might be old, but they sure can lay it down. And maybe our whiskers are getting gray, but I'm telling you, we still got it in the heart. It's just an awesome event for everybody.
Awesome to see you race as well. Congratulations on a fine second place.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Pick up your Helltown. And John, we were looking at the timing screen, and all of a sudden, when you're turning 240s, 244, 244, all of a sudden the screen said, fastest lap of the race, John Aurelio, 234. So you got a magic transponder in there.
I was doing very well. Tires overheated, the brakes overheated. I overheated a little bit. But no, the car ran well, you know. I'm happy where we finished today. You know, I want to thank everybody at the Vintage Grand Prix, corner workers, fans, my wife, Danny Yonda. He really helped me a lot.
Danny's a special guy. I'm glad you mentioned Danny Yondo. John Aurelio, congratulations. A very fine race. Look how pristine. It looks like a show car, man.
Well, it looked close. It's not a show car, believe me. There's probably a lot of oil under it right now.
Well, it's an English car. What do you expect?
Thank you very much.
There's your Helltown. Congratulations. John Iorio.
Right. Yes. Amazing.
We're honored to be the co-chairpersons of the Spotlight, the Viper Spotlight. And Wayne, I'm going to turn this over to you because we've got something for Roy.
Thank you, Bernie. And thank you, Roy, and the entire engineering team for the Viper. We've been honored to have you here with us. And Roy, you are the honorary race director for this weekend. And because of that, we thought you might need some help keeping time with the cars. So we'd like to present you with this gift as an appreciation for what you've done for the Grand Prix this weekend and for bringing all of your guys with you and sharing the Viper story with everybody here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Okay. That pops open like that. There you go. And so if you want to take a look at that. But again, thank you very much. Thank all of you. As you can see here, we have some of the cars from the museum in Detroit. And we have Roy's car here with us. And it's been a real treat to have you with us. So thank you very much. Bernie?
Excellent. Excellent. Roy? Thank you very much. So we're going to talk to some of the Viper team guys. I think we've already coordinated with 3 of you guys. And Roy, if you'd like to participate in this, you're certainly welcome to. Gentlemen, where would you like to start? Should we start with this one?
Sure. Okay. I'll move out of the way.
Herb, introduce yourself.
My name is Herb Helbig. I'm the Vehicle Synthesis Senior Manager for the Viper team starting out in 1989.
And so this car is blue. Is it like really fast? Is it like a...
So this car is going 210 miles an hour. It's built as a land speed car, but it didn't start out life like that. It started out as a vehicle development car doing brake development work. We couldn't find a brake company that would build a car to test the brake system at 200 miles an hour like our requirement was. So we ended up doing what we often did when we couldn't find things, we built them ourselves. So we built this car to test, and it has done ABS stops in the range from over 200 miles an hour at one of our test facilities. And after it was done doing that, we continued on the legacy of the car by building it into a land speed car, and it has set 2 land speed records, one in California, one in North Carolina. And it was slated to go to Bonneville in 1998 to run against a 248 mile an hour record, which we suspected the car was capable of about 260 miles an hour. Unfortunately, Mother Nature had a different plan in mind, and she rained on the salt flat so bad that it had 6 inches of water on it the week that we were supposed to run it. So we never got a chance to do that, and unfortunately we never had a chance to come back and do it again. So we think she would have broken the record, but we don't have to actually have the evidence.
Doesn't this car has a nickname?
We call this car Blue Lightning. It's the original GTS blue color with the white. It's original GTS blue color with the white stripes. It's got an 840 horsepower GTSR motor in it. It's fully decked out to run all the safety requirements of the Southern California Timing Association. So we were able to bring this car out there. It was certified by the Southern California Timing Association, SCTA, and they were all excited for us to bring it because it's kind of signaled one of the major automotive companies coming back and getting back into the roots of racing, where it all started back in the dry lakes and the high desert in the west coast of the country.
Thanks, Herb. So let's move to the next car. As you can see, this car is a little bit dirty. Who's going to tell me about this car? Dick, introduce yourself, sir.
I'm Dick Winkles. I'm the powertrain engineer for Viper from day 1 till day 0 almost. This is the 2000 Daytona 24 Hours of Daytona overall winner. We certainly didn't expect to win that race going in. We felt like we'd win the class without any big issues, but as the race wore on, prototype cars are dropping out or getting slower, and we kept a very steady pace up. And by 7 or 8 o'clock the morning of the Sunday, we were in first overall position, something we just never expected, and we thought, geez, we could win this thing overall. So the car continued to run flawlessly, and it was a very hot car. The drivers had a hard time with it, and they had to really be hydrated. And Olivier Beretta was supposed to run the last stint of the race, and he was in the next to the last stint. And when he came and got out of the car, he was absolutely exhausted, you know, and he looked like a lobster. And he tried to recover, and he just couldn't do it. And Carl Windlinger had been in the car for the next to the last stint, and Hugues Deschonach asked Carl if he could run that last stint, and he said, yeah, no problem. And he stayed out there and kept the Corvette behind him, and we won the race, and that's history. We tried to keep the car as it finished the race. It did unfortunately get washed once, but most of it's pretty original to the way it finished the race.
So it came off the track with a lot of rubber on it.
Oh yeah. It came off the track with a lot of rubber and oil and everything else on it, but it's dried up a little bit over the years.
It's excellent. And this car is from the museum.
Yes, it's from the Chrysler collection in Detroit.
Excellent. Okay, we've got one more car for you, folks. So Ken, let's talk about this car. Can we start at the front?
Well, this car looks like a Viper coupe, and it is, except that every component on the car is special. It's all carbon fiber envelope over a Viper chassis. The only actual production cars parts that are on this are the tail lamps at this point and the windshield. Each of the pieces was created by Renard, a Formula One racing company in the UK. I don't believe they're in business any longer. And it's actually a really bulletproof car and very light. The headlights on it are a special HID light. We did the development of HID lighting with these cars at Le Mans and at Daytona for the 24-hour race.
So now, you told me at one point this is the first time somebody had done. You guys were the first ones to develop?
to my knowledge, we're the first ones to put HID driving lights on the race cars, and we could see them on the high banks at Daytona late at night. We had about 30% more light in front of the car than anybody else did. In racing, that doesn't last too long. You know, the next year.
This will be, yeah, right, loud. It'll also be quite fast. Quite fast. So their pace lap is underway. And again, this will be a timed race at 30 minutes for production sports cars over 2 liters. So here comes the field down through the Serpentine. Here comes the field. We're looking for a green flag indicating a start. We don't have it. Yeah, we have it. Now we are racing. And Chris Zappa immediately jumps into second place. He started where? Third maybe or fourth? Yeah. So Chris Kowalik jumps into the lead, but Chris Zappa comes from somewhere in the top 4 to slip into second in that black Datsun 240Z.
Yeah, Chris Zappa in the number 44. 240Z.
So it's Chris Kowalik up front in car 83, the 914.6. Chris Zappa in second in car 44. Car 44 is Chris Zappa's Datsun 240Z. And running third, car number 9, Todd Hahn in the Porsche 914.6. The top three at the moment. Fast lap, as you might expect, set by your leader, Chris Kowalik, a 2:14 flat. He just went a little quicker this time, but Chris Zappa actually just now has the fast lap, a 2:13.6. So Chris Zappa is about a second and a half behind.
On Todd Hahn there. Looks like it's between the two of them.
So the other Datsun 240Z is Matthew Curley, car number 31, the silver Datsun. Nice sound, I think, that comes out of those Jaguar inline sixes.
He's referring to which Patterson is it driving the? That's Alan's son.
This is Alan third, I believe. Oh no, this is Spencer.
Spencer Patterson.
Spencer.
Yeah. So at least three Pattersons.
Yeah.
From the family.
Yep.
Driving different steeds.
So Chris Kowalik now sets the fast lap, and I think this is an issue that he had last week at pit race. We're talking about Chris Zappa. I think he can't get it in gear. They had a shift linkage issue. They were playing with it all weekend. It's a shame because it's a very well prepared and rather quick car.
Having had the privilege of driving a 510 owned by Schaefer's, we used to use the best Z-type transmissions in the 510, and they would break, even on the four-cylinder. So there's a Ford gearbox that is very similar. That's the hot setup, I think, for those cars. But again, the amount of power that they're putting it out is really hard on the gearboxes in those cars.
Well, again, I don't know whether it's an internal issue, but I believe that Mike Zappa told me last weekend that it was essentially in the linkage, somewhere between the shift lever and the box.
That's a heartbreaker. hefty lead over the second place car, second place Porsche 914 driven by Todd Hahn, number 9. And then still quite a ways back, but a lot closer is Patrick Ross in the 991 Z car, the blue and yellow one. Those are your top 3 cars at this point after 5 laps. In the poster child Porsche 911, looking gorgeous. I envy Michael for being able to drive that car.
We're approaching the halfway point in this 30-minute race. Chris Kowalik still your leader, Todd Hahn in second, and Patrick Ross third in car 991, the Datsun 240Z. So the top 2 cars are running the way they ran in the Porsche Mark race earlier. Matthew Kuhl, who just passed us here in another Datsun Z car. Matthew Cooley, car 31, is running 4th, and then Rick Snyder is 5th in car number 5, the Porsche 914. Again, about half distance, 30-minute races, we're at 15 minutes. watching Steve Limbert come by a few minutes ago. He's driving the green Porsche 914-6, car number 18. And he seemed to be having an issue with the car, perhaps shifting, couldn't find a gear, and then he finally did. So we'll see whether he is able to sort that out, and continue. Car number 18, Steve Limbert. He started 14th, and he's running about 14th actually now. Here's Mike Schindel, who pulls the white Porsche 911, car number 40, up into the pit. Mike Schindel. That's our poster car. A tribute to the great Brumos racing stable out of Jacksonville, Florida. And Mike's car is not a Brumos car, but he decorated it that way for us this year. Todd Hahn is running second in car number 9, the Porsche 914-6, and he looks very quick, but I tell you, he's more than 30 seconds behind the leader. So Chris Kowalik has just run away so far with this race. His last lap was a 2:19, and Todd's was a 2:24. So that's why he's running away from the field.
They're having some fun. There's probably one of the few close battles on the track right now where they're just all over each other. That's the Porsche and the two
BMW. Are good buddies. They're paddocked together, and of course they're both traveling around and racing a very similar car. Both of them have been doing it, I think, for quite a while.
Indeed. So they're the races within the races that are, and particularly between two good buddies racing real similar cars, and that's what it's all about most times. There's always somebody out in the front, but if you can have somebody to run with, that makes it all the more joyful.
I should tip the hat to Adrian Hughes, who was always a part of that entourage. And Adrian's here this weekend, but she has now officially retired from racing, I understand. So Adrian had a long career in racing, I understand. Just read an article about her the other day in one of the vintage racing magazines, and she did a lot more than just come to Shenley Park and race old BMWs. But it's so wonderful to have her here. I'm sorry that we don't have her behind the wheel. About 8 minutes to go in this 30-minute race for production cars over 2 liters. And up front it's Porsche, Datsun, I believe. a little surprised that we don't have a Datsun 510 or two in this race group. I think it's fun to see the Datsun 510s go up against the BMW 2002s.
Yeah, of course, 510s came in 1600 and then 2-liter motors. Hardly anybody raced a 1600. 2-liter was the one you want. The L20B, easy engine to make, well, not easy, nothing's easy, but a really good engine to make perform. Joe Malloy, our buddy, up in the paddock, was a wizard at doing that for me and George Schaefer for a number of years, and I gather they were running that car at pit race last weekend.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. A lot of track time this weekend for our various race cars, and putting them under some stress, I think, with the temperatures here at Shenley Park as well.
It's pretty toasty, and it's got to be tough on the cars and on the drivers.
Certainly on the drivers, yeah. You know, we were running a Kastner Cup race last weekend, the All Triumph race, and we often talk about there was an East Coast bunch of Datsun driver or Triumph drivers out of Group 44. There's the West Coast group out of Kastner, and there also was an East Coast group of Datsun 240Z drivers, East Coast and West Coast. It's really fun to see the two coasts, you know, meet mano a mano there, and yeah, right. Bob Sharp's outfit up in Connecticut, I guess it was. And who was that on the West Coast? It was that was Pete Brock, right, on the West Coast, and. Well, I think of Bob Sharp as being the outfit, you know, and Paul Newman drove a Bob Sharp, a couple of Bob Sharp Datsun race cars.
The one that Schaefer has was driven by a guy named Peter Schwarzkopf, and it was a really trick car for its time. Doug Milliken did his master's thesis, and he became a famous chassis designer, and he did his master's thesis on that car. It was even written up in Road and Track at one time. And I remember when we had the car at the Glen one time, he was wandering through the pits, and Schaefer did a nice job restoring the car. I helped a little bit, and he had a little plaque saying, you know, Peter Schwarzkopf. And we were downtown, you know, doing the downtown parade. You know, the cars were all downtown, and Doug Milliken is there, and he sticks his head in because he's looking at it, and there's a bunch of things. He bangs his head on the rover. And who's the guy who owns this car? I want to talk to him. Yeah, that was a very special car. There was a lot of suspension tricks that he had developed that the factory immediately adopted.
In fact, they should have put him under contract immediately then.
You would have thought, yeah. But he became a quite well-known chassis and suspension designer.
We've only got a couple of laps remaining, I believe. So there's the 1 lap to go. sign that goes out to our race leader, Chris Kowalik, in the yellow Porsche 914-6, car number 83. He's the first to get the 1 to go sign. So he has started the last lap. Todd Hahn has not come by yet. Todd's a good, how far behind is he? He's more than 30 seconds behind, I believe, at this point. And then Patrick Ross is running third at the moment in car 991, the first of the Datsun 240Zs. And right behind is car number 31, the second of the Porsche, of the Datsun 240Zs.
They're out there running now. Yeah.
And that's Matthew Cooley.
Mm-hmm. So they're showing the 1 lap.
Well, I think Spencer Patterson got the checkers first. That should make him feel pretty good. Here's your race winner. Oh no, this is second place. I guess Chris Kowalik already got the checkers. I wasn't looking, I guess.
Did I make a point of trying to be conscious of where you are? I wasn't paying any attention to where you were before.
That's okay. I'm following you. Set it up and I'll follow.
Well, if we're doing, this looks good. I'll try to make sure I'm aware of that. You're good.
Well, that's where it is.
It's a little like deja vu all over again, isn't it?
Just a little warmer. It was a great day. Wonderful.
Yeah, wow, 2 wins in 1 afternoon. That's not too bad. So Casey Kowalik won the Porsche race earlier, and now the over 2 liter production race. Same car, same driver.
Yeah, car worked perfectly. Very happy with the way everything went well today. Again, I really want to thank all the workers, everybody standing in all the corners, keeping an eye out for me. Really excited when you come through at the end. Really excited to see all the fans and all the people that have come out. And again, I still want to thank the PVGP people for the last 40 years. We put on a wonderful event that's like nothing else. So I look forward to next year.
I'm really glad to hear you mention the corner workers, because those folks are out in miserable weather, and they do it so that you can have fun, and they really appreciate when you mention them.
Yeah, well, when you're well over 80 miles an hour and you can't see where you're going, I really like the people in the white suits. I really want them there.
Yeah.
And they did a wonderful job. I would like to thank my wife and son for letting me come do this. And I want to thank my father for basically bringing me to the racetrack as a little kid and kind of culturing the development of driving the car myself.
For a lot of us, dads really kind of pointed us in a certain direction. Huh?
Most definitely. It's been wonderful.
Congratulations, Casey Kowalik, his 2nd win of the afternoon. Todd, your second of the day.
Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. It's very clear I need a bigger motor. Or a heavier foot, 1 to 2.
Well, the striking thing to me was when you came by, the car always looked fast. I mean, you looked really fast, but just, I don't know, Casey's got something special there.
I think so. I think my car needs to go on a diet, and I need to go on a diet and get bigger stones, I guess. It was but yeah, no, I love being here. This is you wait 364 years to come here. Or 364 days, I'm sorry, to come here to sit out in the heat, to boil your head off and run with these gentlemen and so forth and ladies. And I love Pittsburgh. You guys are great. I thank my incredibly lovely wife and my great mechanic and his wife. I could go on for a long time about this place. And congratulations to this gentleman. He drove a great race, I'm sure. I think I thought Zappa blew by me like I was standing still, which I knew he was. I told his dad I was going to see his taillights probably within the first turn, and that happened. So anyway, thank you.
Congratulations, you bet. Oh, we love to put on the race, and we love the show that you bring us. I appreciate it, Todd Hahn. And the mention of Zappa's car reminds me that the Zappa crew turns out these beautifully prepared cars. And they had 2 of them at pit race last weekend, and the Datsun had shift linkage issues, and I suspect that was the deal this weekend. But Patrick Rosner, I thought maybe you wanted to split the Porsches up front.
I'd love to, but hey, Porsche's the mark of the year. Great to see him running out front. Gave him everything I had.
It's great to see the Datsuns out there. There were several, I think 4 originally 240Zs in this race, and it's great to see them back on the track again. We'd love to have them here at Pittsburgh. It took a long time finally to welcome the Datsuns back.
It did, but the Datsuns love Pittsburgh as well. We'll be back for sure.
Maybe you'll be Mark of the Year one of these years.
I'd love to see that.
Congratulations. Get your Helltown up there. That's Patrick Ross. A very fine 3rd place in the production over 2 liter race. Thanks to Helltown Brewing. This is the Helltown Brewing Winner's Circle, and so as I mentioned earlier, this is purely amateur racing. they pay a lot sometimes to go racing and to prepare their cars. They don't win anything except a very nice case of Helltown Brewing products as their thank you. But as somebody mentioned earlier today, at least it's a prize they can use. There's your podium. Production over 2. And how appropriate. Porsche Mark of the Year and Porsche 1-2 right up front. Big field for the next race. Big field. This is the production under 2-liter field next, and could be as many as 34 cars on the grid.
So I found this guy, Tim, who seems to know about this yellow car in front of us. This is a Maserati MC20?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, so this is the impeccable one of 500 in North America currently, the MC20. So it's stunning twin-turbo V6, whole carbon fiber monocoque, and then finishing this beautiful 3-layer yellow paint that's attracting all these bugs. But this thing's a weapon. And
yeah, I don't know. The color really just, it's amazing on this, how it pops.
Absolutely stunning. And they're actually releasing a convertible very soon called the Cello, and in very limited numbers, of course. But these things are rocket ships.
Very
Completely
few of them in so far, is that correct?
We've only gotten one
I'll
ourselves.
correct myself and say the right thing, that the next race will be for sports racers and Formula cars, that is open wheel cars. So sports racers and Formula Fords and Vs are coming up next.
This is the new
and it is not a
Maserati
huge
called the
field. It's I think about a
This is the
12-car
GT
field.
variant, and this is what's
So
like
what's
the
on the
Porsche
schedule?
Macan,
Coming up next,
and that
vintage sports
really fun
racers
sporty
and Formula
SUV
racers and Formula Fords.
Maserati
Then
really
production cars under 2 liters. Then
even
production sports cars under 1.5 liters. Hopefully to wrap up by 5, maybe even earlier than 5 o'clock this
This is a
afternoon.
European spec. This one's not even
But,
here.
It's technically not here yet. It's going to be coming in the next, I would say, 2 months or so.
Great.
But what you're seeing is pretty much what we're going to be getting very soon.
So we get a mix of old cars, we get a mix of new cars, we get a mix of cutting-edge cars, and we'll be back with more.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We're in the paddock at the 40th annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, and these are 2 cars that are going to be raced by Steve Conson. This is his MGTD, and Steve's standing next to a very special car. Maybe you can see there's a sign in front that identifies it as a Leicester MG.
Leicester MG.
And this is a really, I don't want to casually use the term unique car. This is a unique car.
Yes, it is, yes.
And what makes it so?
So Harry Lester built maybe about 30 different race cars.
He was an Englishman,
He
right?
was an Englishman. He built them over in England, and he progressed from motorcycles to building early race cars using MGTAs and PBs and whatnot. And later on in his building career, in the late 40s and early 50s, he developed what was called a T51 chassis, and it was a tube chassis, and he always used MG components. And so this was probably one of the more developed cars, and what he built it with was a 2 3-inch tube chassis that go down the sides of the car. It has a TD front cross member. It has it came with an EX 176 special monoblock motor that select constructors and people were able to obtain from the factory at the time. They were experimental motors, and then they put a TC transmission in the car and a TA rear end. And so he took the best pieces.
It's a real mishmash then
that were available at the time.
Yeah.
So this TD gearbox was very strong. The TA rear end gave you the ability to change gear ratios, and the car was sprung really nicely. So the car was said to have originally had a cigar-shaped body on it, and in the mid-50s, about 1954, this body was built for it. It's a patent body.
It's a beautiful body, isn't it? It looked a little Italian to me.
Right. It's actually very similar to a Maserati A6 GCS 2000. There were two bodies that were made. One has the rear boot is a circle. This one has a square. And that other car, the sister car, is over in England. It's owned by, I can't remember the gentleman's name at this particular time.
This is an aluminum body?
It's all aluminum body.
Now, the thing that interests me is that this Lester and these MGTDs are approximately the same vintage.
Right.
But look at the difference. There has to be an aerodynamic advantage here.
Right, yeah. In other words, this was what was considered to be an early sports racer. And this car was very competitive. These cars were very competitive in the early 50s. And then Lotus came along and Elva and all those other manufacturers, and they built more aerodynamic bodies. So this body was put on this car because of the advantage it would give over the other type body apparently that was on it at the time.
Now you're racing both cars. This will go into
under 1.5 liter, so that's Group 3.
And this will go into.
We're just going to take it easy with this. I wrecked it in 2016 here pretty bad, and it took us 5 years to rebuild it. So we're going to do a little exhibition racing.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, and we're
as a one of a kind.
Right, preservation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Steve Conson and two wonderful MGs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
You bet.
Yeah, have a good week.
Thank you. You too.
Bobby Rahal charges down the inside. The final roar of the racing engine. Bobby Rahal accelerates. The pace is tremendous now. Rahal has the lead. And Bobby Rahal has won his first Indianapolis 500.
It may have been me behind the wheel, but there were a lot of people right there with me. The one thing I learned in all my years of racing, you don't win alone.
Peerless design, cutting-edge tech, and a world-class interior. The exhilarating Mercedes-Benz GLC. Extraordinary runs in the family.
Introducing the Land Rover Defender. Designed with a go-anywhere, do-anything attitude. In a city born from steel, only one vehicle offers rugged luxury that reminds us capability and comfort are not mutually exclusive. Start your adventure today at Land Rover North Hills and Land Rover South Hills. Proud members of Bobby Rahal Automotive Group.
Honey, did you order something from Magic Moods? Hacked? Where did all these apps come from? When did I get my credit card information to App Superstore? I'm used to this stuff on my PC, but not on my phone. My phone used to work, and then Congress started meddling and opened up my phone to hackers. Congress, leave my phone alone.
Tell Congress to oppose S2992.
Sponsorship of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix is not only affordable, but it's very efficient. And it's in a very different and unique environment. It's outside, whether it's at a car show or a race or around Heinz Field or in a jet center. You've got an incredible opportunity to be face-to-face with your customers in a very unique, exciting, and entertaining environment.
We really look at this a whole different way because it's more about, number one, having an opportunity to give back to our customers. You know, we invite 2,500 of our customers over a 2-day period to come and enjoy a cookout with us.
When the opportunity to be a sponsor came along, we jumped at the opportunity. It's a turnkey operation because of the volunteers that put it together for the Grand Prix. We basically show up and we're able to invite 100 clients, prospects to an event where we walk in and we had our own designated area as a VIP area. All our clients and prospects really were able to engage in conversation. The Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix and the charities that are supported are long-standing traditions in Pittsburgh, and so it works well with what we're trying to accomplish in partnering with institutions and companies or nonprofits that have been well established in the market.
When can you touch a 250,000 people in a week's time and actually have an opportunity to talk to those people face to face? That's what the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix provides you.
The Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix is just around the bend, but there are still sponsorship opportunities available. Please visit the website.
Alan's car is just beautifully turned out, and it looks to me extraordinarily long and sleek. Quite a neat looking car. As I mentioned, Joey Bojalic's fast lap in qualifying at 2:11.3. Wes Allen in the car that's the gridded second had a fast lap of a 2:17.7, so 6.5 seconds between them. Starting third, a winner of several races when we were at Pittsburgh International Race Complex last weekend, Emily Ryan, one of the few female race drivers we have with us this weekend. She's a very fast driver, car number 70. It's a 1975 Caldwell D13, and Emily's from Whitehaven, Pennsylvania. Starting fourth, car 37, driving his Lotus 7, George Vappa from Wilmington, Delaware, a frequent race winner here at Schenley Park. Starting fifth, car 55, David Allison from Dunn, North Carolina, in one of the second of the Formula Fords, a 1972 Merlin Mark 20. Starting sixth, car 69, David Yeager from Morgantown, West Virginia, in a 1969 Zeitler. That's our second Formula V. Starting seventh, car 88, Chris Livengood from New Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, in a 1972 Demon. Starting eighth, car 148, David Gibson from Fredericksburg, Virginia, in the 1958 VAY Special, a car built for the road racing class in Canada back in the 1950s. It was simply called Canadian class. So it's a Canadian class car brought to the U.S., the West Coast, made its way, obviously, through a number of owners across the country. David Gibson's been bringing the VAY or VAY Special to Schenley Park now for several years. Starting ninth, Lauren Light. Yes, our second female driver right here in another vintage Formula V. This is the purple 1967 Auto Dynamics Formula V D4A. Lauren Light from
Pittsburgh, Moon Township. Starting 10th in a Lotus 7, Kelsey Patterson from Pittsburgh. No time in qualifying, so not sure we'll see Kelsey. Also on the grid sheet, car 577, Spencer Patterson from Pittsburgh in a Lotus Formula Junior, car 577. And Von Glace is last on the on the list. I talked to his dad a little earlier. Von can't make the race today with a car issue. I think the car was damaged in practice session yesterday, I believe. And he had the LeGrand Club Ford. Von Glace had an interesting story. It may be told in the program. I'm not sure. He came here last year to race a Formula Ford. They couldn't get the Ford started. So another competitor said, here, take my Formula V, a car that he'd never driven before. He did some fiddling with the car. He adjusted the brakes. He went out and he won his class. Later in the year, Sports Car Club of America, national championships, they're called the runoffs. He won in a class called Formula X. So sorry not to see Von Glace here, but I'm sure he'll be back. Here's a pace car in. Looking for our field now. To approach the start line, we'll look for a green flag which signals the start of the race. It's not a given, but it is likely, and we do have a start. And there goes Joey Bajalad.
Finish lap complete. Joey Bojala, your pole sitter, is way out in front, and so is Wes Allen, way out in second. Here's your third place car. That's the Demon Sports Racer of Chris Livengood, car number 88. Then George Vappa in fourth place in the Lotus 7, car number 37. And running fifth at the moment is Emily Ryan, car number 70. And the red and yellow Formula V. I believe it's an not an Auto Dynamics, but a Caldwell, 1975 Caldwell Formula V. Then comes Bob Albert in car 157. Actually, in fifth place, it's the Formula Ford Merlin of David Allison, car number 55. Then car 157, Bob Albert, who's from Pittsburgh. And then car 148, David Gibson, in the VAY Canadian class sports racer, or Formula car, I guess I should say. And then Lauren Light, car 257, the Purple Auto Dynamics Formula V. And in 10th place, Kelsey Patterson, car 126, the Lotus 7. Joey Bojala is your leader, car 701, 1960 Elva Mark 6. It's one of the very first of the mid-engine sports racers. I think that Joey pointed out that I think it was Cooper who actually had the first kind of groundbreaking, trend-setting mid-engine sports racer, but
this Elva came along soon afterwards. Very successful sports racer. Very few of them being raced today. Wes Allen runs second in the former AAR, that's All-American Racing, Eagle Formula Ford. All-American Racers, of course, was Dan Gurney's outfit, designing and building some fabulous race cars, including some very successful Indianapolis 500 racing cars. It was surprising to me to learn that AAR had built a small production run of Formula Fords in the late 1970s, but this is one. And Chris Livengood is holding down third place now, car number 88, that bright yellow 1972 Demon 1. It's a sports racer about which I really know nothing, except it's quite fast, because Chris started 7th and he's running a very fine 3rd at the moment. Joey Bojalad's quick time was a 2:14 flat. Wes Allen running a 2:16.5. So 2.5 seconds a lap between first and second, and then Chris Livengood is running at 2:26, so he's another 10 seconds per lap slower than the second place car. Just want to recognize our premier and gold sponsors this year of the 40th annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Western Pennsylvania Chevrolet dealers, Volkswagen, UBS Walnut Wealth Management, Twin Pine, Lux Creative, Pittsburgh International Race Complex, Steptoe Johnson, Cadillac, Bobby Rahal Automotive Group, R.R. Donnelly Pittsburgh, and Lamar Outdoor. And of course, the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix's presenting sponsor is the Greater Pittsburgh Automobile Dealers Foundation. Thanks to all our sponsors helping us to raise the funds that we turn over to our Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix charities through the years since 1983, raising funds for Autism Pittsburgh and the Merrickey Allegheny Valley School. And through this 39 years, we've been able to divide more than $6 million between those two fine southwestern Pennsylvania institutions, and hoping to get a little closer to the $7 million mark this year. And you're helping us to get there by being here with us, perhaps spending a little money, making a contribution, buying merchandise, and so on. Also thanks to Bank of America, Bentley Pittsburgh, BMW, Corkboard Concepts, Ferrari Philadelphia, Heffron Tillotson Baird, Helltown Brewing, Mazza Vineyards, your neighborhood Ford store, Orr's Jewelers, Porsche Pittsburgh, Porter Wright, Sewickley Porsche, Southside Works, Tri-State Capital Bank, and V&T Wealth Advisors. We're just past the halfway mark in this 30-minute race. We're about almost 16 minutes in. It's still Joey Bojalit out front in the white Elva. Unfortunately, Emily Ryan has gone off and impacted the barrier. Emily Ryan driving car number 70, the red and yellow Caldwell Formula V. She had an issue last week at one point. She won a couple of races, and then I think she said something went wrong with steering, and that made her pull off course. I don't think she impacted anything, but it was a mechanical issue, and I don't know what led to this. This would be, I would call this a rare error made by Emily Ryan in car number 70. But I think we're going to have to pick that car up and bring it in at the end of the session. Emily's fine. Not sure how that happened, but all of a sudden Wes Allen is your leader and Joey Bojalit is in second. He just turned Joey did a rather slow lap at 2:28. where he'd been circulating more like 212, 214. So something must have happened. Maybe he got caught up in the Emily Ryan situation there. I'm not sure. George Vappa had been running about 5th in car number 37. He started 4th. That's the Lotus 7. And now I understand that he has pulled off. And he is at station 18, I believe, which is, no, 11. That's 11, right? Oh. He's off at station 11. And that's just past Westinghouse Fountain. He's trying to get, he's pulled off to the side. It's apparently a mechanical issue. He's trying to get started again. Okay. And he is back on course now. But again, if he's got an issue, we may be looking for him to stop here in the pit. We'll take a look. Stefan Vappa. No, George Vappa, pardon me, George Vappa. There are 2 of the Vappas here. George is driving the Lotus 7 in this race, car 37. And here is the red Lotus 7, car 37 of George Vappa. He's going to pull into the pit. Let's see. I think he's just going to have them check the car.
And I think George has decided to go up to the paddock, so I think he's retiring from this race. George Vappa, the red Lotus 7, car 37, retired. It's Wes Allen out front in the Gurney Eagle Formula Ford, car number 8A. It's unusual to have a race of Formula cars and sports racers and not have Joey Bojalad leading, but that's what we have at the moment. And now car number 88 has pulled off at station 7. That's Chris Livengood and that bright yellow Demon Sports Racer. 7 is right by the visitor center there, Shenley Park Visitor Center, right at the base of Flagstaff Hill. That's a shame because that car looked really good, and I wanted to talk to him about it. I'd like to know more about the Demon 1 from 1972. So now in third place is David Allison, car 55. That's a Merlin Formula Ford, a 1972 Merlin. And David Allison has come up from Dunn, North Carolina. He may end up on the podium. So Joey Bojalad is not turning laps anything like his fast laps earlier in this race. He's off by about 15 seconds per lap. Should be just a couple of laps remaining in this race. Our next race will be for production cars under 2 liters. That means Lotus Elans, Triumphs, BMWs, Porsche 914, MGB, Datsun 510, Alfa GTV, and more. It's a big field, about 35 cars. Coming up next, a 30-minute race for production race cars under 2 liters. And again, we're under, I'm going to guess, under 2 laps in this race. Your leader is car 8A. Wes Allen in the Eagle Formula Ford. Car number, yes, 8A, Wes Allen from Lexington, Kentucky.
There's the 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go sign goes up for our leader, Wes Allen, in car 8A. So last lap. Long gap back to second place, Joey Bujalad, car 701. The first of the sports racers. Wes Allen has the first of the Formula cars. I've mentioned that Stephen Morisi is driving car number 14, one of the Formula cars, and Morisi, members of the Morisi family, their father and a bunch of the Morisi sons have raced at the PVGP for very many years, possibly beginning with our first year. I haven't checked, but I'm not sure. But we've had a number of the Morisis come and join us, and I think Stephen is the latest. I met him last year at the Put in Bay vintage car races. I think that was the first time he had ever raced. And he said he's the last one in his, among the Morisi brothers to go racing. And carrying on a wonderful family tradition. I think their father was Jerry Morisi. Next time by for our leader, which has been the Formula car, here it is, Wes Allen takes the win, the overall win in car 8A. That beautiful AAR Eagle Formula Ford.
Hello.
Hi.
Is this mine?
Wes, what a great-looking car and what a great drive.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a lot of work. Both were a lot of work, the car and the drive.
It's such a gorgeous car. I tried to mention a couple of times during the race that this is an AAR built, that is to say Dan Gurney's outfit, built Formula Ford, and it's a gorgeous thing.
So my son and I picked this up in Omaha, Nebraska. We spent 7 years rebuilding the car. And so we worked for 7 years now. I've been enjoying it for about 5.
Boy, I'm so glad you brought it to Pittsburgh, and I guess it was worth your while.
So I was born here. I was born in Shadyside. I grew up in Monroeville, and I live in Kentucky now. So I wanted this. I wanted this.
You deserve it then.
Yeah, thanks. And I got to thank Jim Little from Driver Services for helping me out. And our new crew, Chris.
Excellent. Congratulations, Wes Allen. Now, I have to talk to Joey because it's unusual in a race that has Joey in it that he doesn't finish up front, so.
I don't know what happened, but I'm going to find out right now.
All right. Wes Allen, congratulations. Joey, as I mentioned, unusual not to see you right up front. I heard you saying something about handling issues.
Well, I guess it's better to come in second with a car that's going to Monterey in 2 weeks than, yeah. Yeah, like on the third lap, I came up over the top of the hill and hit the brakes, and the car pulled to the right really hard, and I'm like, okay. Then I hit the brakes again. It started wobbling and pulling. Like, I got a wheel coming off. So I almost came in, and then, it just kept getting worse. And then I slowed down, and then came up, and I just, I was just figuring, get it into the barn, bring it home, because like I said, in 2 weeks we're in Monterey, so we'll get it. We've had brake problems all weekend.
Your fast laps were killer laps, though. They were really, really fast.
The track was getting a little slick. It's hot out there. But it's in great shape. And everybody did a great job, as usual. The corner workers were great, and the fans. And it's just a great event.
We're proud of you.
All good things come to an end. And next time we'll get it right, and we'll give you a better show.
We're proud of you going out to Monterey.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Ted. Appreciate it. Great job.
David Allison. Also, wow, a very beautifully turned out car.
Thank you.
And?
And that was great. And I just watched in my mirrors for these two. And went fast to say cool.
There was some attrition in this race, and some folks who might have been giving you a harder time fell out with various issues.
That's racing. Yeah.
But as they say, that's racing.
That's racing. I was worried about Emily in the Formula V, but did she fall out?
Yeah, she had an issue. I think she went off. She may have had contact with one of the jersey barriers. And you're right, she's very fast, and her car's very fast and well prepared.
Well, this is my first outing in this car, so it went pretty well. Yeah.
Well, okay. So next time maybe you'll be a little higher up on the podium.
Hope so. Thank you.
Congratulations for a very fine third place. That's David Allison from Dunn, North Carolina, in that Merlin Formula Ford. Beautiful. Enjoy your Helltown. No, you get the whole thing. Oh, yeah. You have to save some of that till a little later. Do you gents want to get up here on the podium and? No. Okay. There you go for a photograph.
Yep, right up here on the podium. Right behind, yep.
Way to go, brother. I can barely hold on right here.
Yeah.
Oh, we're doing, okay, hang on.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Chris, come on over.
Let me put my,
Come on. Come on, Chris.
Yeah, Jake, get a couple pictures. Let me
put my,
first, please.
your sponsor won't be happy. Huh? Your sponsor won't be happy. How do we do this?
If you'll get in the center, please.
I know what it was.
With the flag, and then either of you on either side.
tell you, I almost came in. Because I came over the top.
Yeah, yeah. Good. You want to take it up there? And then, good, Jake, take it up.
Captain Allen, am I good to stop recording at the moment? You on commercial?
What the? Honey, did you order something from Magic Moods? Hacked? Where did all these apps come from? When did I get my credit card information to App Superstore? I'm used to this stuff on my PC, but not on my phone. My phone used to work, and then Congress started meddling and opened up my phone to hackers. Congress, leave my phone alone.
Tell Congress to oppose S2 992.
second time for me.
Classic cars. I'm here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Having a great time. What an event.
Came up with this shirt.
I'll tell you that we've been running 30-minute races up to now, and the next two races will be 20-minute races, because we have a kind of a curfew for Shenley Park, a promise to return the park to the city at some particular time, and we want to make sure that we don't go past that time limit, because there's a lot of cleanup that needs to be done, moving barriers and so on after we're finished. So the next two races will be 20 minutes. I think that's pretty fine to do a 20-minute race. On the pole for the next race, which is production cars under 2 liters, is Stefan Vappa. We saw George Vappa in the last race in a Lotus 7, but Stefan Vappa is on the pole here in his Saab Sonnet Roadster. And if you've been here before, chances are you've seen Stefan Vappa win the races in this car, yellow car number 97. Starting second, a beautiful little Lotus Elan, yellow and silver, Darren Mann of Pittsburgh, car 118. Starting third, Brian Dolan from Pittsburgh. Car 15 is the Triumph GT6, one of several the Dolans own. Starting fourth is car 167, Mike Moore from Fairview, Pennsylvania, in a Triumph TR4. Starting fifth, car 055, that's the fifth of our BMW 2002s, Jack Ingold from Hillsboro, North Carolina. Starting sixth, car 4, that's Charlie Dolan from Pittsburgh, and a former Group 44 Triumph GT6. Starting seventh, car 22, Joe Mendel from Pittsburgh in a Lotus Elan. Starting eighth, car 69, Robert Verena Jr. in the BMW 2002, Bob's from Zelienople. Starting ninth, car 32, Gus Vasilakis from Coriopolis in a Porsche 914, a four-cylinder. Starting 10th, car 28, Jeff Harold from Beaver, Pennsylvania in a 1962 MGB, which looks just like the Zappa cars. I think it probably was a Zappa prepared car.
Sticker on the side of it.
The black with gold stripe. Yep. Starting 11th is car 48, Coben Sunderman from Turtle Creek in an MGB. Starting 12th is car 14, Andrew Granis from Cleveland in a BMW 320. Starting 13th, car 16, Gary Reed from Clairton in a Datsun 510. Starting 14th, car 57, Lee Poseidon from Cleveland in a 1966 Alpha GTV. And starting 15th, car number 20, Colby Schindel from, well, he was a Pittsburgher. Now he calls Port St. Lucie, Florida, his home. And that's a 1975 BMW 2002. That's the top 15 of a field of some perhaps 34 cars for this 20-minute race for production cars under 2 liters.
Pretty remarkable. Stefan Vappa's Saab in front of that Lotus. But he knows his way around this track. He had a little problem in the qualifying session earlier when the back panel got loose and was bouncing along behind the car. And he says there's some little pins that mount that, and I see they're secured with Gorilla Tape now. He's a great guy. He and his dad both are just big supporters of this event, and always a thrill to watch him.
So I know when that car came by with the panel flopping off the back, you looked in there and there's not much back there. It's a front-wheel drive car, and there really isn't much back there except for an axle.
An axle and the brakes.
Yeah,
that's about it.
That's it. But it must be a very light car.
Yes, I'm sure it is. I mean, to turn 218 in the Saabs on it, quite remarkable. And
I can't remember, but I'm going to guess that's one of the V4, not the.
I would presume so.
I think so. You could get. There were two different versions of early Saab motors. There was, of course, there.
You know better than I.
And I think this is the V4.
Yeah.
2-liter Saabs, they could be pretty quick, too.
They can be, yes.
I hope this wind doesn't indicate that.
I haven't even looked at the weather. I stole it. It was sitting here. It's been sitting there long enough. I said, Ernie wasn't going to do it.
Pace cars in. Here comes the field looking for a start. Stefan Vapa in the yellow Saab Sonnet Roadster on the inside. So Stefan Vapa just held the lead through the first turn. He had the inside, so for the start, I think you want to be
the inside line, but he managed to get ahead enough to be able to get the right line to turn.
Oh, did he lean over there a little bit?
Yeah, he seemed to get far left enough to make the right line through there, which amazes me because that Lotus looks like all the world like a 26R with probably all the goodies that, it probably has under the hood. But
so the 26R was the racing version of the Elan, is that right? Yeah.
Looks like it has a lot of the stuff.
Yeah. It's a relatively short space to accelerate from this starting line to that turn. So if your car will squirt ahead enough, then you can choose your line. And if it doesn't accelerate very well, you're at the mercy of the people around you.
You're trapped on the inside.
Yeah.
And you set yourself up for being passed going up Panther Hollow Road. But obviously, Stefan pulled it off there. I noticed my good friend Craig Schaefer started last. They were having ignition problems with this MGA, and we put a new distributor in it. And I'm hoping to see him move his way up in the field.
Well, I was saying something to someone the other day saying, oh yeah, Craig Schaefer is a pretty fast driver, and the response was, he can be pretty aggressive.
Yes, Craig spent a lot of years in the Trans Am series where it was very uncommon to find the opposition's door panel in your passenger compartment at the end of the race. I've been there, I've seen it. I crewed on that car for a long time.
Stefan Vapa is out front.
So Craig's still dead last almost. A couple behind him. I think he made up a couple. But he went into turn one. I noticed the ignition sounds great, but there's a little bit of smoke coming from the left rear of the car.
So Stefan Vappa up front, Darren Mann, who started second, is in second in car 118, the Lotus Elan. And Brian Dolan in car 15 is the Triumph GT6 is running third. Then a couple cars back is another one of the Dolan GT6s. That's Charlie Dolan in car number 4 running sixth. But in between, Mike Moore, car 167, is the TR4, which was very quick last weekend at pit race. And then car 055, that's Jack Ingold in the BMW 2002. So that's your top 5. Well, actually, counting Charlie Dolan in sixth place, your top 6. a very pretty Volvo P1800 racing car, number 68. That's Kevin McMichael from Pennsylvania Furnace. You don't see too many racing P1800 Volvos, but looks really good. And that's Cliff McCandless right behind him from Pittsburgh, actually Grove City, in car 53, a silver Devon Corvair, a car that Cliff built in brand new in 1959. In fact, he knew Bill Devon at one point when he did hill climbing. He cracked the nose. He called up Bill Devon and said, "Could you make me a new nose?" And he did. He said, "When I get back to California, I have the molds. I'll make you a new nose for your car." New leader, it's Darren Mann. Somehow he got ahead of Stefan Bappa. So the Lotus Elan is out front now. And that Saab Sonnet, which was, as far as I know, never built as a roadster. I don't believe the Saab Sonnet was ever built as a roadster. I think this was somewhat modified.
I think you're correct about that.
The last lap, Brian Dolan was faster than the two cars ahead of him. Brian Dolan is running third in car number 15. That's the blue Triumph GT6. So we are past halfway in this 20-minute race. 10 minutes in, about 10 to go. And yeah, a bit of smoke coming out the back of the car that just went by, and I didn't catch what car that was. Might have been an Austin Healy. I'm sure. Do we have Healys in this group? We shouldn't. Coben Sunderman has pulled his MGB off at station number 4. That's car number 48.
191 pulls into the pit. That's Craig Schaefer in the MGA. Craig out of Somerset, Pennsylvania. We were watching the car smoking a bit, and he has pulled up into the paddock. Joe Mendel made a brief stop at the Black Flag Station. Car 22, the Lotus Elan of Joe Mendel from Pittsburgh. Drivers are told if you hit a hay bale or something, please stop. Please stop briefly in the paddock so we can check your car. Car 69 is the gold-painted BMW 2002 TII of Bob Verena from Zelian Opel. Car 57, the red Alpha GTV, that's Lee Poseidon out of Cleveland, Ohio, car 57. There's the 1 lap to go sign, and it comes out just as Stefan Vapa gets passed by yet another car. I think Brian Dolan just got back Stefan Vapa on this, the last lap. So first turn of the last lap, and Stefan gets bumped back to, well, he didn't get bumped, but he's back in third now. Nice race by Brian Dolan. He started third. He's been battling the whole way through. And a brother right here, that's Charlie Dolan in the GT6, car number 4. He snuck by us. We weren't anticipating that Brian Dolan was going to be our winner. And he came through on the last lap in first place and just pipped Stefan Vappa. And what happened to Darren Mann? So on the very last lap, apparently Darren Mann pulled off. We're not exactly sure. I'm not sure where he is, but he apparently pulled off safely. And it meant that on the last lap, big things happened to the top of this field.
They were going for 4 laps from the end.
We're still awaiting our winner. I don't think he knew that he won, and then he didn't know that he was supposed to come in on his cool-off lap. So he's still out there, and that's Brian Dolan of Pittsburgh driving a car that sometimes races as number 5. It's 15 today, but it's one of the Dolan's collection of Triumph GT6's race cars. Car number 4, car number 5, and car number 6. This is car number 5. Or 15 this weekend. Now he'll stop with us, join us. Mike Moore, could you pick a warmer afternoon to do some racing?
Not at all. It was hot.
This is your second weekend in Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You had a long weekend last weekend at Pit Race.
Car ran well, so I'm here. Yep.
Did run well.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you made it onto the podium here at Shenley Park.
9 years. 9
years of
racing here. This is my 9th year, so finally got it.
And this is our 40th year, and I'm really happy to have you on the podium for this, our 40th year. And it's great to have drivers like you come back year after year.
Yeah, we love it. We love it. My
Great.
family loves it. Everybody loves it.
You look pretty warm. I'll let you get into the shade or have a drink or something or other. But congratulations for a very fine second.
Thank you. Thank you.
Third, I should say third, but you know, it's a podium. It's a podium. Discussing race strategy here.
In a car with freewheeling.
I almost hit Darren.
No engine brake.
I almost hit Darren because they're out at just before the monument. I go around him on the left, and he goes to pull off because he's broken. I'm like, oh man.
Stefan, since I started with Mike Moore, I'll talk to you next. We get such a kick out of watching you in this car, especially in this turn. You should get some film or a videotape or something of what you look like going around this corner.
I've never seen it from this perspective. I've only ever seen it from in the car, and from in there it looks completely fine.
You look like you're just tilting way over. The car is kind of rises on the inside and dips on the outside, but it's so quick.
Yeah, it was a really good car today, right up until about 3 or 4 laps from the end. I started to lose the brakes. And I was managing it, pumping it, and they would come back, and then I came down here to the final corner, and they just went completely gone. And I tried the handbrake, and that didn't do anything at all. So I just waggled the wheel to try to get it to go sideways and try to stay out of Mr. Dolan's way here. And it slowed down enough that I was able to get around the corner. And then I thought about coming in, and I thought, if I just kind of go real slow, maybe I could survive and get a podium. Because in a car without engine braking, it has a freewheeling transmission, no brakes is a terrifying prospect.
I didn't. I knew that many of the early Saabs were freewheeling, but the idea of driving a freewheeling race car, that takes a special application of something or other.
Yeah, I grew up driving this car. It was the car that I started autocrossing when I first started racing, and I've been driving it here for a long time. It is just like an old shoe. I love it. It does everything I ask it to do, except apparently today, slow down.
Well, it likes this track, obviously, and I guess you do too.
I absolutely love this track. I keep telling people, and they say I'm all nuts. It is my absolute favorite track in the world. It has a fabulous rhythm, better than a lot of dedicated racetracks I've driven on. And yeah, the car loves it too, because I kind of built it for this event.
Stefan Vapa, a many-time race winner here, still on the podium in our 40th year. Congratulations, Stefan.
Thank you very much.
Brian, you
around long enough,
you
something happens.
you surprised us, I must say. All of a sudden, you were in second. All of a sudden, you were the first to take the checker.
Well, Darren got scared, I think, a little bit. No, his car broke, and he was kind enough to pull off without incident. And there was a lot of good racing. These guys, we caught a bunch of cars at tricky spots, and we all waited. So it was very nice of them to race safely and cleanly, and luckily let me get by them somehow.
Corner marshals are out there. They're trying to let you know what's up ahead and hoping to maybe you'll get some blue flags that'll help you get through the pack. Does that ever work?
It does, but it's more that the guys in front of us are smart. They're watching their mirrors, and we were smart and not crowding them. And it's a fun race. There's no, I mean, it's an expensive flag.
Well, hey, that's not all. You get some Helltown to take home with you. Congratulations. That's Brian Dolan, your race winner.
Thank you.
And that Pittsburgh-based GT6.
Now I'm going to get a picture with all three drivers on the winner's circle.
Come on, boys.
You in the center, please.
Well done.
Thank you. Tuck away my stupid things that hang out of my brake chair. Mm-hmm.
Had a little bit
He
for
did,
him
but I
in the
was chasing him
left-hander,
for
but that was
fun.
about
Come
it.
on in.
1, 2, 3, guys. Great race.
Thank you.
Nice job.
He has guns on him.
So that's your podium, and right across the way is the grid for the upcoming race. It's the under 1.5 liter race, and it so happens that that red MGA over there is driven by Charlie Dolan, another member of the Dolan clan, so the Dolans are well represented here this weekend. The only one missing is Dad, Jim, who's doing well. He had a medical issue recently that had us worried a bit, but we understand he's fine. And I don't know whether you heard during the opening ceremonies, we read a little statement that he wanted us to read saying, you know, hats off to the volunteers and the corner workers. I wish I could be there. I'll be there next year. So it'll be great to have Jim back. But the Dolan boys represent the family well here at Shenley Park.
Right. Yeah, I'm not recording right now, but once we know the next race is starting, I'll fire it up.
Do you do any other races or just this one?
Just this one.
Because I know they have like that racetrack down at Butler.
Oh, no, wait. No, wait. No.
We have the biggest race in the country here. You won't see any bigger or any better.
The Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix is the premier vintage race in the country right now.
It's a real road race on a real road in a real city in a park. Something very unusual in the whole world.
You know, Shenley Park has a great history to it. Over 100 years old, has had a lot of uses, and this is a spectacular one.
But people come from far and wide to run a real, authentic race as things were in the days when these cars were new.
This is the way they used to race, across bridges, through the trees.
So totally cool. The cars, the people.
Surroundings beautiful, and it's a picnic.
Yes, this is the race of the year.
Actually, it's been a series of short races through Shenley Park every summer since 1983. Alan Patterson lives in Shadyside and Sausalito, California.
It's time to go out and play in the park.
He's been involved in the Vintage Grand Prix since its earliest days, and he's got a beautifully restored 1953 Allard, just one of the many great cars here this weekend.
I'm from Sheffield in England, but I used to live in Pittsburgh,
So
which
it's
is why I'm so
Sprite
fond
with
of
a
this race.
starts third. Justin D'Antonio starts fourth in car number 19, a Sprite, and he's out of Pittsburgh. Kurt Burns starts fifth in car 283, the TD, and he had an issue this morning or yesterday. I can't remember now. Was it a?
He had a gearbox issue earlier today.
It all runs together in my.
In a qualifying session, managed to fix it pretty easily.
That's good. That's right. That's right. So just it was a linkage or a kind
well,
of.
I guess you would call it linkage, but in an MGTD they don't really have linkage.
Oh, okay. Oh.
It's kind of just a bunch of parts that bang into each other.
Anyway, Kurt will be starting fifth, and I might mention that he won this race last year.
Well, he won.
He won
last year. They ran in the pre-war group.
Right.
And so
That's right.
among the T-Series MGs that were racing,
Yes.
he and Steve Conson and Mike Barstow and myself last year, he won.
Okay, so you're qualifying it. I'm just saying he won last year.
He won last year.
Yeah, you're right.
The race within the race is again Kurt Burns and Steve Conson and Mike Barstow.
Yes, absolutely. And normally there are four of you, and you're one of the four.
Yeah,
the Manly Fours.
I held back this year.
Yep. Okay. Give the other guys a break.
Give the other guys a break.
Yeah.
Give my car a break.
Starting sixth is car number 11. That's the Black MG Midget of Mark Mailing from Pittsburgh. Starting seventh is Steve Conson in his MG TD. He's up from Roswell, Georgia. He brought two cars.
He's originally from right here in Pittsburgh. He has all kinds of family here with him.
That's excellent. He brought two cars, and we saw him earlier in the Leicester, and now he's going out in the TD.
Yeah, this is serious racing now. The Leicester we were just showing off.
Starting eighth is car number 80. It's an MGA, Jim Goodson from Newport, Rhode Island. Starting ninth, car 34, John Salisbury from Gurney, Illinois, in a Sprite Mark II. Starting 10th, car 23, Peter McCarthy in a Sprite. He's from, the Ashley Sprite. So it's a Sprite with a different front end.
Yes. Yeah.
So he's here from Newton, New Jersey. Starting 11th, Michael Barstow, who used to be
a Pittsburgh resident.
Pittsburgher.
Now from Sonoma. But he keeps the car not far away, and with Jim Boffo's shop here, not too far away. But yeah, so this will be interesting to see how this all sorts out among those three guys.
Yep, Michael Barstow, car 450. Starting 12th is car 53, David Smith in a Sprite. He's from Carlisle. Starting 13th, car 78, Alan Patterson III in a Sprite. He's a Pittsburgher. Starting 14th, AJ Ferragonio from Freedom, PA, not too far away, car 67. It's a Sprite. Starting 15th, Jay Thier from Pittsburgh. There's a Spitfire, car 27. Starting 16th, Bruce Whipple from Newton, New Jersey, in a Mini Cooper, and one of the original Mini Coopers.
Starting 17th, car 63, Greg Petro in a Turner Mark III.
Yeah, Greg's also from nearby.
Yes. I talked to him yesterday, and he told me, I said, you know, I had seen a Turner at a place in the North Hills here that was for sale. I went up and looked at it because I thought I wanted a Turner road car. He says, oh, that's the car I bought. So, but he thought it would make a lousy road car.
He's had the support of Craig Kima, who's a fairly famous SCCA guy.
Yes.
And Craig's helped with a lot of the mechanical issues of the car and also giving him driving tips and stuff. And so he's having a ball this weekend.
Starting 18th, car 447, Tom Dick from Winchester, Virginia in a MG, what would that be? 16, an MGA.
Yeah,
right?
1622 Mark II.
Yep.
Yeah.
Starting 19th, car 98, Mike Havlick from Lincolnton, North Carolina is in
Really
a Sprite.
nice guy. I think he's an older gentleman and having a great time.
Then car number 21, Tom Wilcox from Rockford, Illinois in a Midget. Then Nicole Gagne from Embrun, Ontario, car 61, which is a Spitfire. And then Bob McEwen of Elizabeth, Pennsylvania in a Porsche 356. And finally, Doug Bruce in a Sprite from Bloomington, Indiana. And what's Doug's story? He's had some issues in the car earlier in the weekend.
He had some brake issues.
Yep.
And I imagine he got that sorted out. So we'll see.
Yep, let's hope. So this field for our final 20-minute race of the weekend features production sports cars under 1.5 liters, and the pace lap is underway.
They're here.
To make the announcement that William Gilkis needs to come to the clubhouse for Lost and Found. So William Gilkis, I believe it is Gilkes, please go to the golf clubhouse and ask for Jesse, who is manning our Lost and Found up there.
Last position gets a chance to have some fun, like Doug Bruce, you know, likely being able to go through the field there.
Okay, it's the last race, so I can now safely say we've had a clean start for every race today.
And whoever was on the pole there obviously came down the hill a lot faster than the pace car would have liked to have been off, because there was a lot of people pretty well strung out, but with 30 some odd, or 23 cars in the field, probably just as well.
I guess he assumed that there would not be a wave off. We had a wave off last weekend, and I remember the steward saying to the flag net, presumably talking to his start line, there will be no wave offs until you get approval from us. So in SCCA racing, the starter's allowed to wave off the field if they're in disorder, and in fact, the race that was waved off last weekend was a mess. You know, they were all out of order and so on, but it really is supposed to be the starter, up to the starter's discretion. Is the field in order? Then I'll start the race. But anyway, Michael Moore is your pole sitter, and
Andrew
it was
Moore.
Andrew Moore, pardon me.
Yeah, Michael probably would be proud to be doing this sometime. I don't think it's his thing.
No, I don't think it's his thing either. I don't think he could go very fast in
And
a
then
car.
Charlie Dolan and
Yeah, Charlie Dolan in second, and Toby Yurko presumably held on to third going into the first
looked
turn.
like it, yeah. But I think Mike Barstow moved up some from what I could see as they went through that turn there. I think he moved up some. We'll see what happens when they come around here. Kurt was the first. I don't think he gained on anybody going through turn one, but he is so quick.
It's Andrew Moore out front. Charlie Dolan in second. Toby Yurko in third. Justin D'Antonio in fourth, and Kurt Burns, the first of the MGTDs, in fifth in car 283. AJ Ferragonio pulls his Sprigget up into the pit lane in his Austin Healey Sprite. That's car number 67, the green and yellow Sprite. AJ Ferragonio, I think, has retired from this race after one lap. Some kind of a technical issue, I presume. Here they come down the Serpentine and heading toward the start-finish line once again. Andrew Moore, Charlie Dolan, and a bit of a space behind them, quite a bit of a space. Toby Yurko.
Steve Conson in the green MGTD, car number 15, was gridded 7th. He's running 6th now, right behind Kurt Burns. So those two MGTDs are running, again, 5th and 6th. Andrew Moore is just about to lap. In fact, maybe he's already lapped the yellow Spitfire, car 61 of Claude Gagne from Ontario. The Mini Cooper car 611 that's driven by Bruce Whipple of Newton, New Jersey. Car number 611 started 16th and he's running 15th at the moment. Alan Patterson started 13th in car number 78, the Sprite, and he's up 2 places to running 11th at the moment. Car 78, Alan Patterson of Pittsburgh. James Goodson, who started 8th in the MGA, car number 80, is back in 13th place now. So we are past the halfway mark in this 20-lap race. We have about 6 minutes to go. Your leader is your pole sitter, the red Austin Healey Sprite of Andrew Moore, car number 79. Charlie Dolan is running second. He started second in the MGA, car number 57. And Torby Yurko, who started third, is running third in car 623, the Sprite. Justin D'Antonio started fourth. He's still running fourth. Kurt Burns is running fifth, and that's where he started. So top 5 unchanged. But that's not to say they're just cruising around.
Far back from him. Of course, so somewhere Mark Manning got by Steve. I thought that was going to happen. So Mark's back in his starting position, and he dropped Steve Conson back to 7th place.
So Bruce Whipple's holding his own. Again, that mini started 13th. He's now up to, pardon me, he started 16th. He's now up to 13th.
Can I just leave the camera locked for just a hot second? I got to take care of something over here.
Mark Mailing started 6th, and he's up to, well, no, he's in 6th. Right behind Kurt Burns. So word that our second place car has pulled off, Charlie Dolan, and the MGA car 57 is apparently pulled off with a mechanical issue.
Oh, we did? Oh, interesting. So he was behind the barrier and then he came out again. He was behind the barrier. And
So he's back out on track. He pulled apparently off and then must have fixed some issue that he could without getting out of the car, and he's apparently resumed, but he certainly has to have lost second place. Charlie Dolan, we only have about 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes remaining in the race. And that moves Toby Yurko up to second. There's the 1 lap to go sign being displayed. Yeah. Yellow flag and a debris flag showing at the first turn.
Yep. Still don't know.
So 1 lap to go. I believe Kurt Burns is off at just past the first turn. That's the black MGTD, car number 283. I can't see there, it's just around the corner from where we are. Checkers are out. Checkers flags are out. Andrew Moore is the first to take the checker. And that's a flag-to-flag win for Andrew Moore. Up to now, Toby Yurko has been running second. We're still waiting for the rest of the field to take their checkered flag.
about that. That was awesome. Just trying to think how long.
Andrew.
Hi.
I think you've been here before.
Maybe, quite possibly. Once or twice.
Another dominating race. Is it you or the car?
I don't know. Probably the car. More than likely the car.
Very fast flag to flag win on pole. You seem not to be challenged.
I wouldn't say that much. It's always a challenge here. You know, it's not a very forgiving track. It's a very challenging track, but you know, that's half the fun of it. And also, you know, getting to be out here and all the city of Pittsburgh coming out to support us. So it's always a really cool weekend.
It's a cool weekend when the entire podium here is Pittsburghers. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, you know, got to represent.
Congratulations for a second fine win today, Andrew Moore.
Thank you. Also, thank you to everybody at PVGP that got the track back here last night for the storms. We all really appreciate that. You know, it was a lot of work. It was a huge mess, but it's very greatly appreciated. So thank you.
We had a big tree that came down on the course yesterday afternoon when a storm blew through. A big tree fell on station 11. The city of Pittsburgh was out there in no time and cleaned it up before nightfall, really. So we're very, very fortunate that we were able to have a race today. Toby, once again, congratulations for a very fine second place. There were some strong battles in this race.
Yes, none around me. I was just driving by myself.
How boring is that?
I let him get up to me, so I guess it was okay. But the two that took off ahead of me, they're just tremendous drivers, and Justin's a great driver, and this is only his first year on the track, so this was fun. This is a great time.
Fabulous weekend. I hope to see you next year.
Oh, you certainly will. Thank you.
All right, and in 10 years, this is our 40th, so maybe you'll be back for our 50th.
If I'm not, I'd like to see this little guy driving right here.
And this little guy would love to do that as well. Congratulations. And Justin, your first year of racing?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. You couldn't do better than a podium.
No, I couldn't. Really happy to be here.
So what was going on around you?
Oh, man. Peter appeared in my mirrors with about a lap left and gave me a good scare. And we gave it everything this thing had for the last lap to keep ahead of him, and I'm glad I did.
I'm glad you did, too. It's a terrific performance by you and the car, and I hope you've got the bug now.
I do. I love this track. It's one of the best I've been to.
It's a terrific track. Congratulations to Justin D'Antonio. Again, as I mentioned, an all-Pittsburgh podium up here for this, the final race of the 40th Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix presented by the Greater Pittsburgh Automobile Dealers Foundation. Raising funds for charities. Thank you so much, everyone. Competitors, workers, volunteers, the city of Pittsburgh. All the folks who make this possible, including the course crew, a lot of folks that we haven't talked about, the grid workers, the paddock workers, people who are working behind the scenes, as registration, and all the things that go on. As we mentioned, it takes about 1,000 volunteers to make the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. We couldn't do it without them, and we wouldn't be here without your enthusiasm. So thank you to everyone who came out to enjoy the 40th annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, and we're expecting to see you in 12 months here next July for the 41st. Thanks, everyone, and have a very safe drive home.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, yeah.
We need a team photo.
Ken,
Get a picture.
we need a picture. Yeah, we don't want you in.
a
Just
team
get
photo.
picture.
Woo!
Come on, dude.
Get in there.
Okay,
Come on, bud.
Come to me. Yeah, good. You're not his kid.
You're not his kid. Whose kid are you?
Oh, man. What a
Sweet.
great
Awesome.
weekend.
Hey,
Thank you, boys.
you.
That was great.
Hey, good job.
Oh, man. Where are you staying somewhere else on this plan? Oh. Awesome.
Can we get a warm beer?
I got the case from this morning's chilling.
Warm beer.
Yeah.